Good morning. Happy Saturday. Saturday today. Welcome. What's up, Killick? What's up, Gaming Catarella? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, etc. I think I was about to say something, and then I completely forgot what it was. But I don't think it really matters because I just kind of want to get into some video games. I want to keep playing Tenchi Kurau II. I want to do some more practice. I want to do some more research. I want to do some actual attempts, I think. Or, I don't know. Cover some stuff we didn't get to last time. But mostly I was just kind of bored and it's like, you know what? I want to play games. Let's hit the go live button and do it on the internet. Why not? However, I do expect that it... Well, we'll see how it goes. My intention, my expectation, is that we'll do probably a bit of a shorter stream today. Just kind of want to get this out of my system, I guess. And I may or may not have some other things to attend to later in the day. So I just kind of wanted... I wasn't sure how my availability to stream might look over the next several days. So I figured, let's do some morning Tenchi Kurau II, if nothing else. And we'll see how things go from there. We did a bunch of research last time. I received a little bit of information and advice, which I'm realizing now I should probably have paid more attention to and looked at a bit more closely in between last stream and today. But I picked up on a few things at least. And I'm grateful to have some kind of reference or resources to look at if/when I would like to dig in a little deeper into some of that stuff. But ultimately that game is, well, I don't want to say that it's pretty easy, but it's pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of, well, I shouldn't say that there isn't a lot of hidden tech or secret knowledge that you need, because I can't really speak to what is needed to finish the game, because I haven't done it yet. But what I can say is that without having a lot of those kinds of secret strategies or hidden tech, doesn't feel insurmountable by any means. So last time we mainly did some boss practice and looked at a couple of potentially problematic stages. I think we went through the game kind of beginning to end and looked through each of the levels, did mostly practice to see if we could figure out doing bosses deathless, which we didn't. I don't even really remember. I don't think we really accomplished. I might have achieved... I'm trying to think. I'm certainly not at the point where I can deathless every boss consistently. That's for sure. But there's a couple of bosses. It's really kind of stage 8, stage 6, and stage 7 that are the real kind of problems. Well, not the stages, but the bosses on those stages that are kind of the real problem spots. But I wanted to go from that to seeing how well I can deathless the stage plus boss, because in the game there are quite frequent health items, but not very many full health items, and the health items are not distributed such that you are likely to have one right before a boss fight. So it becomes a real, like the real kind of make or break thing potentially is, you know, whether you can make it to a boss with full health or close enough to it. Because obviously, like, deaths most likely come during boss fights. But the stages, even though you can of course take a death during the stage, but in most cases the stages end up being kind of what determines what state you arrive at the boss fight at. So if you're having a you know, smooth progression through the stage, you'll probably get to the boss with a good health situation. But if you don't, you might arrive at the boss with like 25% health, at which point getting that deathless boss fight is going to be way harder, or require a lot more luck anyway. So getting stages consistent basically amounts to getting consistent, optimal conditions for being able to do the boss fights. You might see down there at the bottom, I have some notes there, as best as I can remember it. I might not be fully accurate, but to my knowledge, I know for a fact that I cleared the game with 3 continues, so 4 credits. But I'm not positive that Stage 6 boss is as far as I've made it on 1 credit. I believe that is the case, but I'm kind of drawing from memory, so I could be misremembering it. But we didn't get to actually do, like, an attempt last time, so I'd like to do that today. In fact, I think we're going to start with that. And of course, I don't expect it to be better than my PB, because I'm a little rusty, I haven't played in several days at this point. But you never know, and it's going to provide like a nice little baseline, and it's nice to just get into the flow of things without stopping and starting and loading save state and everything constantly. So we'll start there, and we'll see how we go from there. What's up, Father Axe Keeper? Greetings. I'm not sure if I'll do 1 credit, or if we'll do a full run. We'll just see how the mood strikes, but I think we're going to start there. And most likely, depending on how that goes, we'll see if I want to break and like focus on practicing specific sections or what have you. As I've mentioned on previous streams, my hand has been a little sore, I guess you can call it. So it's also entirely possible that we'll have to break at some point because of my physical condition. Is that a reasonable way of phrasing that? We'll see. I don't want to overgame. I don't want to cause any strain injuries or anything. Hopefully that won't be an issue, but just in the off chance that it is, there's your advanced warning. But really, I just want to get it straight into it. So let's do it. Let's hop on over here and play the game. Let me get my stick. And we'll see how much I remember of things that are of such a nature that I ought to be remembering it. It'd be a nice, easy warm-up. Stage 1 should essentially be 0 threat. The second boss is the first kind of choke point. But as we kind of discovered during practice last time, even though the horse can be problematic, when I did a couple of practice attempts, even when I kind of fucked up the horse strats, I still ended up being able to do it deathless. So I should hope that we can get through stage 2 without dying. And if we can, I should think that stage 3 should not be much of a problem. Stage 4 is a longer stage, so we'll see. But I shouldn't, I shouldn't sit here and proclaim, like, oh, we'll probably make it stage 5, 6, no problem, because for all I know, I can take a death on stage 1 and game over on stage 2. Stranger things have certainly happened. I was just thinking for a second, do I want to have a timer on here? I'm just thinking in terms of, and why not? Just for the heck of it. Not that I want to complete the game quickly. I'm just kind of curious because I don't really have a baseline like record of how long the game is or how long each of the stages are. So it's a bit of a curiosity, I guess we can call it. What's up, running well? I guess we can start the timer there. On you, let's go. Well, first things first, getting rid of the horse. I was linked some information on Discord after the stream last time. And including, there was like a Japanese wiki strategy type thing, trap linked. And it had like the full move list for the horse, and it turns out that there's like 3 or 4 moves that I didn't even know about. But it doesn't really make a difference, because the issue with the horse is that it's just like a bit of a liability. Because you just have kind of less control, you don't have access to the things that you become slower and more kind of, you lose agility, you lose the ability to position yourself more reliably. You lose the access to combo throws, which give iframes, etc. You just give up a lot of stuff. Up a little there, but that's okay. Even the tiny smidge of health I lost there is going to be good soon enough, so it should be fine. Take the horse to battle and or eating, I guess. So basically stage 1 has only the basic spear infantry enemy, but during the boss fight here we get a lot of guys, and there was 1 archer over there. I'm always confused because there's a little chime there at 100k, but it's not an extend. Because the extend happens at 300k. But I don't know, it's a nice little chime. Yeah, so stage 1 boss is not much of a threat. He kind of... Even when he was like poking at me, it feels like his attack had a smaller hitbox than I would expect from a boss. Almost more often than not, I feel like I get through that boss with a perfect. I'm not really concerned about score anyway, though, so if I take a hit, like, it doesn't really matter. Oh, that was pretty badly spaced. Okay. So stage 2, going dog shit so far. But I suspect I'll have the ability to recover. I don't really remember, like, food drops very specifically. Like, in general, when it comes to, like, memorizing stages and beat-em-ups, I tend to not map out, like, entire stages in my head or anything. It's more like you see each screen as we arrive at it, and from there it's like, oh yeah, I think such and such is coming up. But, some of the enemy types, like archers and barbarians, can, yeah, it's so fucking funny when they run away. They can sometimes drop food. Like, whenever enemies that drop items, it appears that it's pretty random. Drops may or may not be guaranteed, but even when it, especially during, like, boss fights, But even when an enemy is guaranteed to drop something, they may drop a score item. Saw there. Obviously, it's not much health. Okay, I think the boss is coming up, actually. Okay, not great health, but okay. Now, I'm just trying to remember... Oh no, that's right. There's one last wave, and then we have the right. I'm remembering now. There's the archers right before the boss, and I can. It's possible to trigger the boss fight. While the archers are still on screen. So we should endeavor to get rid of them all before the fight starts. And I think they might actually, even because there's like 3 of them up ahead. Well, maybe it's just the 2. Nice. Oh. Okay, he didn't drop anything, but... Oh, right. Crossing the barrel is the trigger for the boss fight. Oh, that's not what you want to have happen. Oh my god! Okay, that was a terrible start. But by staying over here, we should hopefully at least be able to prevent him from getting back on the horse. One strat you can use is to try to keep... That's interesting, these guys spawn anyway. Try to keep some of these underlings alive. Prevent... Oh my god! Look at his shadow. Prevent subsequent waves spawning. A little bit lucky there that that bomb didn't even fly. Because the bombs themselves, not just the explosion, but the actual physical bomb can bump into you and deal damage. That guy could have hit me. But I deliberately only threw him there without doing more attacks. To keep him alive a little bit further, because as you can see, I have to deal with these guys. My frames. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, that's right. I forgot about his flame attack. Very lucky that I did the regular ender there, because I was able to move out of the way more quickly. Okay. I recovered. That was tense. Man, that. I mean, that goes to show, right? You can screw up quite a bit in the beginning, and still make up for it during the fight. Oh man, my heart rate. I don't want to exhaust my button matching hand here too much, so I'll gently rotate the stick and just have a few pork buns. Maybe a chicken leg. That's enough to get me the extend. I'm happy with that. Like I said, score is not really a concern. You only get the one extend anyway. Camera guy. So we're saying basically we just saw like that camera pan. That's like the whole stage. This is a short stage. And then stage 4 is a lot longer. Alright, that's our first taste of the assassins. They're kind of the most troublesome enemy in the game. They're agile, they jump around. They can hit quickly from a few different types of angles. These guys with the... whatever you call them, the knives. They have good range. They can poke from far away. Didn't mean to do that, that's fine. But they're a little easier to control, or like maneuver around just by lane shifting. The assassin guys, the way they can sort of... They can move more quickly and they can jump. There's plenty of enemy types in this game that can jump. The tall guys cannot. So that means that they're a little more predictable in their movement. So yeah, we're at the boss. That spinning attack is like the one big threat he has that can kind of catch you off guard. Otherwise, he's very straightforward. More jumping. Ah! Couldn't quite see where he was, so I kind of misjudged the spacing there. Okay, that's pretty bad. Nothing we probably can't recover from. Oh, that feels so good. I interrupted him. Jabs. I reckon this is probably not a bad candidate for fights to, like, leave dudes alive. Got a little lucky there. Hit him on, like, the last active frame. But of course... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. Of course I get 2 score drops. I was about to say, of course he dropped the food right after I died. The downside to keeping the mobs alive is that you can't get food drops. Well, this was a very unfortunate death, but it's okay. It's just kind of a warm-up run anyway. Let's just try not to take 2 deaths. Okay. Holy shit, that was incredibly bad. What's up, G-Sars? Yeah, the roll attack's pretty funny, but the bosses in this are have a lot of similarities. Many of them have this kind of horizontal rush attack. But his just kind of looks pretty funny. That's right, we got the girl fight. Yeah, that's funny. Stage 3, that's how it goes. You know, I even said it at the beginning, like, Stage 3 is very short, boss fight's the most straightforward, whatever. And then, of course, that's, like, where everything falls apart. I'm taking deaths in this fight before. Okay, there's the assassin. Jump stab. All 45 with the massive raid. Hello, welcome everybody. I can't really look at chat, but I can see it scrolling past in my peripheral vision. Doing some early morning. Well, it's not really early morning, but it's early and it's morning. 1cc practice is like our warm-up run. Okay, 2 down. Should be fine now. She was just about to start throwing knives, so I was gonna say, like, the knife throwing attack is kind of the biggest threat. But yeah, welcome everybody. The good old classic punching and walking. I had a really clutch fight against the second boss, and then I had like the worst stage 3 boss fight of my life. Things are starting off pretty shaky here in stage 4. DDX, greetings, thank you. I did achieve partner status earlier this week. A viewer pointed out that I have a check mark right next to my name now, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. But hey, the more you know. I feel like my brain may have started tuning out after I fucked up on the previous boss fight. Let's see if we can pull things back together. Oh, the way that little neutral hop they do right up in your grill is like the most annoying thing. The thing about these guys jumping so much is that it's very likely that stray hits just knock them out of the air, which means you can't combo them or do any real damage. Which in turn means that they stick around for longer. Thank you for all the congrats and GGs and all that. Appreciate it. Dude, these guys have been really stingy with dropping food in this run. Yeah, do we fight barbarians here? Oh. Well, okay, there's one. Should have just combo entered. Should have not done that. So last time we talked a bunch, I was kind of speculating on adjusting strategy. Why he like backdashed out of range. And increasing the use of the regular combo ender. It's just really bad spacing on my part. The tell for doing the run is like very obvious, but I still walked. Like if he's running at you from range, it's about to say that it's usually pretty easy to jab them out of it. What the fuck just happened there? That was weird. But if you're standing like right... If you have them sort of right outside of your jab range, when they start running, they can kind of transition immediately from the run start to their attack. Because they don't like run into you. They do a running, like, punch or clothesline or whatever. And that attack has some decent range. It's just that your jab, you can typically hit them before they trigger the attack. But if they start running at a particular range, they tend to attack in sort of a window where it's much harder to try to jab them out of it. See if we can survive this. But yeah, so I used to always basically, as a default, I should say, not always. Oh, right. This. Yeah, all right, there we go. Staying up here means that guy can't dash into you. I used to always default to the throw ender, and I was kind of contemplating the value of using the regular ender more deliberately and more regularly. But I skimmed through the strategy page. I fucked that up. That trap linked. And it did kind of mention the throw ender being like your go-to default. And this is how it goes, right? Like, our two deaths have been like absolutely in places where you would not expect to be taking deaths. That's all, like, practicing for consistency is all about getting rid of those sort of pain points. But yeah, so I was kind of curious to see in that guide where it's sort of, from what I remember, I only kind of skimmed it, but like, generally the trade-off between doing the throw ender and normal ender is that the normal ender is quicker, which gives you kind of better and faster opportunities to reposition yourself. And the range is kind of different. But you get the iframes on the throw. The thing with the throw is, like, you get the iframes, but you're vulnerable at the end of it. Like, as soon as you recover from the throw, you're just, you know, if someone has a hitbox overlaid on you as you come out of the throw, you will get hit. And that's pretty common in certain types of situations. Basically, if you're doing a throw ender and you have archers or a boss kind of in front or behind you in a position where the thrown enemy will not hit them, they're pretty likely to be throwing out an attack that you will have a very hard time avoiding. Whereas if in the same situation you do a regular combo ender, the kick will push him forward, so he will already kind of move out of the way a little bit. And basically, the kick will knock down anyone that you get in contact with, right? So in front of you, you will kind of clear out the field, like, immediately in front of you. And because it moves forward and has tremendous range, someone who may have been out of your range previously, or if you did a throw or whatever, will probably get hit by the kick. And even if they don't, their recovery is so much faster that you will be able to move up or down to kind of get out of things. And if you had, like, an archer behind your back, the fact that the kick moves you forward means that you're probably out of his arrow range, or at the very least far enough away that if an arrow is fired, you can move out of the way while the arrow is traveling, basically. What's up, Trap? Cool. Feel free to post that in my Discord, because I won't be able to kind of keep the link around here in Twitch chat. I mentioned it before, but I read the thing that you posted previously And basically the oh yeah, I can stop the timer. The thing that you try to explain to me about the extra combo was like, I had already been doing that and I'd been talking about it on stream too, but I must have just completely misunderstood what you were trying to explain. Or maybe you were misremembering or something. Because the whole thing is you can tack on an extra hit, or it's not even really tacking on an extra hit. It's just that you can connect the throw ender on airborne enemies. So you can do one punch and then do 1-2, and the second hit will knock down. And the second hit is what you cancel into the combo throw. So that way you get like an extra jab's worth of damage to the throw combo. Now it's all good. I mean, I was able to figure it out after the fact anyway, so it's all good. But yeah, I was literally just saying before you showed up that from my skimming through that information on the page you linked, it did seem to suggest that the throw ender is like your go-to, and you kind of use the regular ender as an exception, kind of like the way I had been playing previously before I started overthinking it last time. Which isn't to say that it's, you know, trying to play without over-relying on the combo ender. It's still good practice just to kind of get used to using the regular ender more to get a better intuitive sense of how it works, to just become better at deciding when you want to use each of them. I may have misunderstood or misread or misremembered, but I recall seeing something to the effect of it talking about the combo throw being like the go-to.
Look, you!
But I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Because at the end of the day, either you should be using one over the other because the situation demands it, or it doesn't really matter which one you use, right? So it doesn't really, like, as long as you have both of them in your repertoire and can deploy them as necessary, what your brain defaults to doesn't necessarily matter all that much. Zerin, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. All right, that was pretty bad. we had some good stuff, then we had some real bad stuff. So I just want to do another attempt, because if I can do well in the same spots that I did well last time, but then not play like shit in other parts, we could piece together a pretty decent attempt here. Like, this isn't what I would classify as like actual 1cc attempt, but it's more like calibrating my current, or like assessing my current performance level of like playing a credit, of applying my theoretical knowledge in a practical setting. Greetings. AAA cooldown. You're not that late. We haven't really accomplished much, so it's all good. But I appreciate the words of encouragement. So you can see there, if you're eagle-eyed, you see how much damage that did. Whereas the amount that he still has left now, like, that's the amount that a regular combo does, basically. So these guys with the shortest health bars, you basically cannot kill in one combo. But if you do the extended throw combo, you can. Or like kill him in one engagement. I mean, optimizing damage output is not super crucial with these guys, but you might as well practice it, right? Speaking of, this is a game that actually And I like how this plays out compared to Knights of the Round, which is similar but more demanding, in that this game kind of asks you to keep your inputs clean. Oh yeah, the grab, jump, infinite. Yeah, that's a great point. I had forgotten about that. Because I saw that the video that McCall linked to explain, like, the level 7 magic weapon sort of trick and boss strats. He was using it on the boss, but he wasn't playing Guan Yu, of course. He was playing, what's his name? Zhao Yun. And it stands to reason that Guan Yu can theoretically do the same thing, but his jump being 50 times slower means it's probably not as practical. I guess the way it worked out in that example was basically in between enemy waves, or like when the boss happened to be isolated, he was able to squeeze in some you could do something like that. Oh, there we go. Got the perfect. But yeah, so I mean, what it's good for isn't necessarily speed, but more like risk mitigation. But I'm less sure. I mean, obviously, that's literally what you just saw was me attempting doing it for the first time, and I mean, not really infiniting, but just like the deliberate empty jump. Yeah. Because the way enemies like are airborne, so you kind of dump them on the ground. Okay, this is starting very shaky here, but should be getting some amount of food before the boss. But I think that's like basically the perfect scenario for that kind of tech existing, where it's like situationally super useful, but because it's a little finicky, because it's a bit specific, it doesn't become the dominant strategy. It's not like... That was pretty awkward. It's okay for it to be quote-unquote like overpowered. Okay, that was terrible. Compared to something like the Infinite and Final Fight, which I still don't mind, like certainly in the context of that game, I don't mind it existing. But it's a lot more universally applicable. And the kind of balancing, so to speak, that happens in that game, like, I think it works. I don't think it's maybe ideal design, but I think it works in that it's like difficult to execute. I don't particularly love that as a balancing mechanism, but it at least the game still holds up. Like, the game doesn't fall apart because the Infinite exists. I mean, the other thing is that it is also situational. Not as situational as the grab loop is here. The empty jump loop, whatever you want to call it. But it's situational in that you can use it... Yeah, so this guy... I guess I should have walked the other way. See, the thing about it there, like, I guess that it's harder to use on bosses because they will have some kind of iframes that prevent you from grabbing them immediately, I assume. But I don't remember specifically how Asuka used it in that other boss fight. It's worth researching. Anyway, yeah, like the Final Fight Infinite is like you can't use it if you're being crowded. and things like that. But I was going to say, you know, with this game, compared to Knights of the Round, just because of the nature of how the inputs and the combo works in this compared to most other Capcom games, where you don't actually cancel the attacks, you like do the next input in the combo. If you hold up or down as you're doing your entire combo, you're more likely to be shifting your position and like doing this basically. Because if you hold up or down and mash, like it's much harder to lock yourself in place. Just because you're never canceling. You're not actually canceling the attack into the next attack, but rather finishing the one attack and then doing the next one. So as a result, like in my muscle memory, like my habit in terms of doing the combo ender or the throw ender, the input for which is holding up or down plus attack. Like you're canceling the second attack into the throw, and you're canceling it with the up plus attack or down plus attack input. So in most other Capcom games, it's totally fine to just hold up or down as you're performing the entire combo. Got it. But in this game, that makes it much more likely that you will slide yourself out of position and whiff an attack and like sort of break your combo. So the more sort of optimal execution in this game is to more deliberately tap, like because the you're not canceling, so there's no variable timing to the attacks. You don't actually have to press the button very quickly, but there's also a big buffer time. So if you tap the button twice, unless you're timing it really weirdly, like you will get the 1-2 combo. So you can tap the button twice and then hold up or down and press the button the third time, like as it connects. So there's actually kind of impetus. Oh, that was weird timing. I should have actually thrown there. To perform your combos with like more precision for your button inputs. And if you get sloppy with that precision, you will start sliding out of position and not get your combo throws as you would want. Like, and I don't know to what extent that's like deliberate design, but it's like kind of fascinating that it works out that way. And the reason I make a comparison to Knights of the Round, it's like secretly fucking difficult. I fucking died here again. I cannot believe it. Huh. Secretly a difficult screen. I gotta be more careful there. Yeah, and the other thing, as you're saying, like you can accidentally get the down-up input, which, yeah, Guan Yu's especially, his down-up special sucks. In Knights of the Round, you have a lot of overlapping inputs, which also encourages you to have much cleaner inputs. But I think that game kind of takes it too far with too many different inputs with too much overlap. At least for me, like if I perfect my clean inputs in this game, maybe Knights of the Round would be a good like next step to practice cleaner inputs. I don't know, but where I'm standing currently, I think this game hits a nicer balance of you play it as you maybe would other games, and you start having stray special moves and stuff. You get a little annoyed, and then you go, okay, let me actually try to be a little more deliberate with my inputs, and that kind of solves the problem. Whereas I haven't really felt the same thing with Knights of the Round, but that's just my subjective experience. Having a Kami, what's up? Don't worry about... Don't worry about it. No one knows how my name is pronounced, so... I'm sure you did just as well as anybody else. Yeah, it's funny. Like there's so many situations like that where you can get through something even by blind luck and not realize that it was actually a difficult spot, and then you start having trouble with it. Actually, I have lost. Even this is actually after that spot. I'd have to use. I have like a couple of save states for each level. Let's. Let's try this again. Actually, Trap, one thing I was curious about, I just dawned on me. I don't know if you know offhand or have the ability to look it up, but do you know if, and if so, how this game has rank? It's definitely not something I've ever really noticed playing it. If there's a difference, it would have to be pretty subtle, because it's not like, to my knowledge anyway, enemy numbers or anything like that. Or enemy health. So I was a bit more aggressive in trying to get the fight started here and piling everything up on one end here. Because on my previous attempts where I was starting to have more trouble, the fat guys were hanging out more at the right edge of the screen for longer, tossing shit while I was trying to fight other guys. Like, when you organize the fight like this, you know, it makes sense that you would go, wait, is this supposed to be hard? Like, what's the challenge here? I don't know, this was fine. Like, I didn't have problems at all. So I guess that's how you do it. Yeah, I think the big guys, barbarians as I like to call them, obviously they're quite a Andre-like in multiple ways, but one of which is that, like, the running attacks are pretty easy to deal with if you're just fighting those guys. But it's when you have to be careful about positioning and spacing with other enemies that they can just kind of ruin your day, especially when attacks start overlapping and you get, like, comboed. Like, that's the thing in general in this game. Final Fight has, like, just gigantic damage in general. Especially when it, like, ranks up. But in this game, it's more like when you get sandwiched between multiple dudes. Like, there's a lot of attacks in this game that has a lot of knockback. And you take a chunk of damage, but not too badly. But if you get hit, if you get pushed back into someone else's range and they hit you before you recover, like, you can eat what's ostensibly kind of meant to be just a singular poke. You eat like 2 or 3 of those, and then you get knocked into a knockdown attack, and you take like 70% damage. Whereas in Final Fight, like, a single enemy can do that to you, but you can, like, super joy out of it after the first hit, sort of. But it doesn't really work like that in this game, I feel like. Maybe in a situation like that, you could super joy out of it. But super joy is just, like, very toned down in importance in this. I mean, it's pretty toned down compared to Final Fight in every game. And that's not necessarily so much to do with how the super joy itself works. It's more like where the super joy fits into everything else. As far as I understand things. What's up, Mighty Cat? Morning, greetings. Yeah, like, the things happen, like, the situation like that happens so quickly. Like, exactly, that's the thing. Like, you can't really, it's not realistic to react. You're not going to be playing the game as though at any moment, like, it's not realistic to, like, have that trigger finger ready for whenever that happens. Like, in Final Fight, it's usually, basically, you get hit once. And not only do I think it's like there's more hit stop, probably it's like it's a little bit slower in general, but it much more clearly signposts that you're about to be in a really bad situation. And even then, in Final Fight, it's not that unusual to like not get the super joy you probably should have and take more damage than you need to. But in this game, like when it does happen, it's very quick. So yeah, getting enemies on one side and not getting like clumped up in between them, and not even necessarily getting like sandwiched, just like getting knocked down or getting knocked back by an attack. Because that's the other thing, like most attacks, you can see it here too, like when they get hit, there's pushback. Pushback exists in Final Fight, but it's pretty exclusively used for Axel and Slash blocking. But here, like, I feel like pretty much every attack that you can get hit by will knock you back a bit. And it sort of tends to, at least for me, I don't know if this is like a universal specific thing, but in my mind, whenever I get hit by something, it kind of jostles me because I end up literally like being pushed into a position on screen where I'm like, whoa, I wasn't expecting to be standing there. You have to kind of recalibrate. Yeah, I guess like I'm not damage values as far as enemy attacks go. That's not something I'm very aware of or something I pay much attention to. I can tell that when I get poked by a spear guy, it's like, well, whatever, like that's not too big a deal. Like with the archers, for example, I don't doubt that you're correct, but I usually don't think about it too much. In terms of the damage dealt, but more that like taking that hit puts me in a bad spot that I wasn't ready for and didn't particularly want to be in. Hello, Socrates. Jump kicks does no damage. Don't like Fighting Rage much. I haven't played it in quite a while. I'd be vaguely curious to see my feelings on it are any different now than like the last time I played it. The thing about that game, I mean, setting aside like the more controversial aspects like the excessive screen shake and things like that make people have like what I consider to be the most kind of vocal complaints about that game. I think it's an awesome game that has a lot of great stuff in it. It has things that I'm not a huge fan of. Like personally speaking, the whole animal theme doesn't appeal to me at all. So like if every character was human, I would have definitely found it more appealing. It's got some sections that are difficult in kind of an annoying way and things like that. But I think the biggest thing for me with Fight and Rage is that it's just like the best game by default, because there are so many of these, I don't want to call them minor things, but we can call them subtle things in terms of game feel, in terms of flow, in terms of pacing, in terms of the presentation of each like sequence, whatever. Things like this, like narrative progression and visual storytelling that in so many games is just kind of bloated and drawn out and just like handled kind of awkwardly. That just on account of like basic competency and doing certain things not badly, it just like stands out as like the not only the kind of de facto best, but kind of, let's say, the sort of shining beacon of like, hey, everyone else, look at how you do these things. So it kind of takes on this vaguely kind of outsized importance, which I mean, and I don't say that to discredit the things that I genuinely think it does do well. It's just that it does do a lot of things well, but on account of being almost the only game to do many of those things well in like the current landscape, you kind of have to take the good with the bad, and as a result, there are perhaps aspects of that game that don't really get sort of critiqued or observed in as much detail as it may be warranted. I don't know. Just focus on keeping things under control here. It's been long enough since I played it that I don't want to speak in too much detail about it. See, that's the other thing, by the way, that these guys, they can knock you down and kind of meet you with additional running attacks and jumps. I don't think these guys can OTG with the jump splash like Andare, but they can definitely land on your wake up. So that was a lot better than the last few attempts, at least. The guys are running away when you scare them off. It cracks me up every time. Flaming torch on stage 1? All the way on the left. I've never seen that. Does it, like, spawn when the fight starts, or...? Hang on, let me try to read that and parse it again. So there's a weapon that shows up at the beginning of the fight. If you grab it, a bunch of enemies in stage 2 start with some damage. So it's like a... I mean, I guess it's a secret by any definition. But just like enemies spawn with not full health at the beginning of stage 2 or throughout stage 2. That seems super weird. I'm curious to give it a shot, but... like, it doesn't... It's hard to understand because what you're describing doesn't, like, line up with the logic of how the game mechanics work otherwise. So I guess once you trigger the start of the boss fight, you just scroll left. Yeah, like, I don't think I've even once picked up the torch on stage 3. So when you say it carries over, does that imply / require that you finish the fight carrying the torch? It's just having picked it up triggers like this alternate. Okay, that's interesting. I'll definitely have to check that out. It explodes when you grab it. Okay, cool. Oh, well, all right. I'm excited to look at it next time. The run may very well end right here. You can't do things like stagger basic combo, then go for a grab. Yeah, that's a thing that's definitely less of a universal thing that you might think. And that might be sort of like... When I say you, to be clear, Socrates, I don't mean you personally, but you, aka One, might just be a little Streets of Rage brained to assume that that's like how you do. And I say that with all respect, because I do the same thing. I always expect to be able to jab an enemy once or twice and then walk into them. You can do that kind of in Final Fight because it also has very long hit stun. It doesn't have Streets of Rage length hit stun, but it's got long hit stun. You definitely cannot do that in this game. Or, not to say that it's not possible. But it's like not supported by the mechanics, so to speak. Because you don't have any actual aim advantage on hit. And there's actually, like, it's more... Like, that's what my conclusion, after having done a little bit of research on the subject, at least. That, there are certainly games where you can do it. There are games where it's, like, guaranteed. There are games where you're kind of implicitly meant to do it. But I feel like it's at least as common, if not more common. I lucked out there. That the mechanics of the game kind of punish you for trying to do it. Like post-Final Fight, most Capcom games definitely are a bit more stringent with hit stun and things. It's food, and there's only an axe in that barrel, so that's not going to help me. Ah! Oh. Yeah, there's that's another thing I'm curious to like investigate more as well, Trap. Where like AVP is a good example where it just feels difficult to grab enemies a lot of the time. And the logical conclusion, I feel like, is that it's not, I don't think at least, a hitbox issue, but more that enemies are more likely to just be in a state where they cannot be grabbed. And obviously that's not going to be telegraphed to the player at all. So you can just tell that it's like, it feels, it's like, you know, if you have a fighting game with a 360 command grab with no whip animation, it's impossible to tell whether the input is being strict and finicky, or you were out of range, or if there was an unthrowable state. Like, there's just no feedback on it. And I kind of feel like AVP, from my limited experience, just when I played it recently, it felt... There's a distinct feeling of, I expected to be able to grab an enemy here, and it didn't work, and I'm not really sure why. And my best guess is that it has to do with enemies just being ungrabbable. In a way that's probably not inconsistent, but just not immediately intuitive. But yeah, I was trying to walk out of range there. I should have jumped or done something. Oh, okay, got me. Like, I hate these guys. Of course, this guy drops score. Oh, we got a lobster there. At least that's good luck. But yeah, like I was going to say, like with enemy encounters, health, and like how long encounters last. See, now I'm worried because we got so much food. I feel like the food gods won't be smiling on us for the rest of the run. We'll see. Maybe I'm being too superstitious. I don't want to stand too close to the meat. I don't want to accidentally pick it up before we're done here. Physical media. Yeah, this is on PlayStation and Saturn. I would expect the Saturn version at least to be a good port, but I have no idea if there's anything unique or interesting about them in terms of stuff that's included. Even that guy dropped meat. Yeah, I guess it's... You're not wrong, Trap. It feels like I probably had a good amount of food drops here before. Sorry, I'm not sure if I was able to fully complete my sentence before I got sidetracked by lobsters and big meats. But things like the kind of micro and macro pacing of enemy health and length of encounters and stuff, it's the kind of thing I wouldn't have a proper kind of idea of in a game like Fight and Rage, because it's been long enough since I played it, and when I played it, I probably would not have been paying too close attention to those kinds of things. Interesting. Yeah, I remember you playing Trap that CPS changer arrange mode. That's actually sick that that's in the port. Very lumpy start there, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Socrates, for sure. Like I said, the many things that Fight and Rage does that kind of, in my mind, makes it the de facto, like, best modern beat 'em up. And even if there are complaints, you know, the good parts are still good. So it'd be a stretch to say that it's not a good game. But yeah, I've also not... Alright, we can do that. Okay, I literally never tried picking this up before, because I just assumed it's a weapon. I don't know if that changes anything. We'll see if the next stage is any different. Yeah, I just had avoided grabbing it because I didn't want to be carrying a weapon I didn't know how to use. But it's a good piece of knowledge to know that it at least doesn't, you know, it's not a liability. It'll obviously be worth it just for the 8 or 9 frames of invincibility. And whatever tiny amount of extra damage. Holy fuck! Alright. Well, that's how it can go. But we got it. Archer melee, a war crime. Oof, yeah. For sure, Socrates, the character proportions, the sprites, the chunky, super deformed. Like, I think Fight and Rage, just like with the animal character designs and some of the other things, like, they're not my preference, but I think the game manages to get away with it. Like, I don't care for it, but I don't dislike it to the point of not enjoying the game. Oh, footsies. Oh my god! Oh, for sure he would get hit by that. Oh, this is falling apart. Oh, meat. Thank you. Oh, that's right. They have, like, boss grapple. So, in this game, as is typical for Capcom beat-em-ups, you can't hold on to enemies indefinitely. I didn't mean to do that. Oh. See, this is why the knives are a problem. But boss characters in particular, the grab timer is, like, much shorter. So you can get the full... See there? You can get the full, like, 2 headbutts in a throw. But even... I guess the grab timer is probably random. That's how it works in, like, with Hagar in Final Fight, at least. So sometimes, even if you grab and, like, instantly mash, you get 1 or 2 headbutts, and then you just drop them. But hey, we're, deathless to stage 4, finally. If we take a stupid death on this level. Yeah, I like... It's so funny that Akiman has the Onanoko design credit. I assume that like all the enemies. Well, maybe not. I was going to say that all the enemies are original Capcom designs, not from the comic. I would assume also that the comic probably has like a 98, 99 to 1 ratio of male to female characters. So it's like 100% correct move to introduce this original, like, appealing character design. Just, like, they look awesome. And their way of, like, moving and fighting is a bit different from everyone else. Like, it's a great little bit of visual contrast. How did I walk into that? Even that, like, looks like not good. Knife, I guess. Well, whatever. Actually, that was a like a dagger, not the throwing knife. Yeah, I think it was McCall that mentioned, like, in the comic, like, the game apparently is, like, not very faithful at all. Like, in the comic, they just, like, fight big monsters and shit. Which is quite funny that it's something very different. I'm not familiar with the comic, and I mean, I'm not familiar with Three Kingdoms anything, really. I'm not familiar with the first arcade game or the NES games to any real degree. I mean, frankly, I wasn't really familiar with this game until like 2 weeks ago either. This is going poorly. The powerbomb feels fine if you're doing it on one guy. When you're doing it into a crowd of 6 people and it hits maybe one of them, it feels shit. Lucky. There's some sections like this where I haven't memorized where the encounter ends. There's a spot in stage 7, I think it is, 6 or 7, where there's like a fish that I repeatedly end up not grabbing because I don't realize the encounter's over. So that's something I would try to be on the lookout. And it looks kind of similar to that part we were just in, so I always get confused about which part it is. Alright, a little bit of relaxation here, just fighting these spear guys. The barbarian coming up here. Getting stuck on the scenery. I just decided because I shouldn't have thrown... Well, actually, you know what? That is a good idea. Because keeping them on the right edge of the screen is really bad because of that foreground tree. Can't see where enemies are. One nice courtesy is that if enemies die off screen, well, if you throw them for the final hit, they will drop any item when you throw them and not when they land, which is a good quality of life feature. But also, if they drop an item off, like if you knock them off screen and they die and then drop an item, the item will just like slide onto the screen. We didn't... Oh yeah, we did just barely make it this far earlier today. I was trying to remember, like, what is this boss even? Yes, this is the guy with the mace and the sword. Right, this is the first guy that will block. Of course, blocking is ineffectual against throw enders. Which is an excellent mechanic, introduced in Final Fight, of course. Giving throw enders another fun and interesting purpose mechanically. And this is looking pretty good. Things are largely under control. For now, at least. Okay, sure. You take those. Got a pile of meat buns. Not unlikely that at least someone in this pile may drop more. Okay. Of course, the drop score, but fine. I have to guess we're probably getting fat guys and or knife guys after this. Mr. Rating again. Hello, welcome, thank you. Kind of in the middle of something here. Can't give you my full undivided attention. Thank you. Ooh, okay, I'll just keep getting beer, man. Oh no, you don't. Oh, you don't. I didn't mean to throw him that way.
Unspeakable horror.
Ah! Thank you for the subscribe. Ah, the meat buns. Alright, let's explode this guy. Payback. Ah, that's annoying. Oh. Razor gifted a sub to Radon. I guess that's what happened. Thank you to Razor and Radon for the support. Greetings. Welcome, everyone. Oh, it's so annoying. You know, it was a bad, stupid death to take. But it's the least stupid, least bad death we've taken all day today. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's that one attack. It's his jumping sword attack that's the problem. Because it's a little tricky to avoid. And it always, like, combos you like it did there. Like, you just gets hit like 3 times. And if you get knocked down by just like it happened now, you end up being, like, just in an awkward position. Because he's kind of hovering right over you. And if you're in bad luck, like I was, you just will take almost unavoidable damage. But it's one of those bosses that I didn't stop to practice, because it's like, well, I didn't ever have too much trouble with them. So yeah, you know, I got a little bit of bad luck, but with the equal amounts of good luck on another one, I'd get it deathless. Razor, thank you for gifting another sub. Mackie. Appreciate that. Just out of the way. Luckily, they're pretty shit at archery. They can't shoot the arrows very far. But I guess they make up for it with their bow slash. Speaking of big meats, Thank you, Driftwood Sound, for 300 burger bits. Or it's too late. Do we auto-scroll here? See, that's the thing. There's quite a few encounters in this game that give you just like infinite time to harvest all the food after the fight. Yeah, this is like gigantic swath of space that you got to walk around on for that fight that I didn't even bother with. And then other times you just like auto advance. This boss, also not super tricky, but relatively speaking, the thing with him is that he's got huge horizontal range. And he's likely off screen, so you can't really actually see where he is a lot of the time. Okay. Got shot in the ankle, but that's better than the alternative. Sure, you take those. That's what happens when you don't have clean inputs. Ah, see, like that. You end up doing this like series of jabs on an enemy. That could maybe... Okay, that was a little lucky. Food would be welcome. Ah! I couldn't really move, like, because of the flying maces. I get a book. Oh, of course. Get more score. And of course I do an accidental special move. Alright. Okay. That's like the third boss fight today that I've cleared with like 2 pixels of health. Ugh. This is like in a way, a sort of annoying fight for me because it's like it feels like it should be easy, and then it's not. You get screwed up. It's like it's annoying. Got a hype train going, just barely. Yumaki for giant-sized pineapple pizza. Go for some of that. Hype train concluded. Thank you everyone who contributed. Yeah, I guess like what you were saying, Trap, is that the spacing of the arena in the previous stage is a bit funky because it's like accounting for how the same space is going to be used for this level. It's like a conceptually novel gimmick. I don't know that I feel strongly about it one way or the other, because I think the levels in general in this, like the environments, are not the most interesting. To the point where it's like, normally I would have... The idea of like reusing a level feels like the kind of thing I'd be really bothered by. But here it's like, I don't know. But if you're gonna do it, I think it's done well. Of course, we have totally different enemy constellations here. But barbarians. Ah! Perfectly bad E-axis alignment. Whenever they're in the punching or shoulder check pose. Like, I always find their range difficult to judge. That's so annoying. Oh my god, he got a jab in. Enemies that like bounce off the ground, so you try to tag them, and you end up just swatting them out of the air. And your jab does pretty pathetic damage on its own. Like, it leads to all the damage, but when you get that one jab and nothing else, it's pretty bad. This is Tenchi Kurau II, the second arcade game, also known as Warriors of Fate. The first game, Tenchi Kurau, the first arcade game, I should say, is much less known or popular, I would say. Released in English, if I'm not mistaken, as Dynasty Wars. And it's kind of more like a King of Dragons, like it doesn't really have combos. And I think, if I recall correctly, having not played it that much, that it's like more emphasizing combat on horseback. I didn't mean to do that, but it actually worked out. There's also two Tenchi Kurau games on Famicom. At least the first of which got a US release as Dynasty Wars, but it's like an RPG. I think there's a second one, I could be mistaken on that. It's ultra safe. So here we can jump kick Cao Cao. Guess I didn't do it properly, because if you knock him off the horse, you'll get a magic weapon during the boss fight later. It does seem like it's a bit shit as far as the secret weapons go. I really like this encounter. Like, as a general rule, I think it's the constellation of different enemies that makes fights interesting and fun. But when it's used as this little punctuation, having an encounter where you fight like 6 to 8 of one... I mean, technically these are two enemy types, but like most of the same guy. It becomes a novelty set piece that's like kind of memorable. This one, I mean, it's like when you fight the Elgatos on Bayside in Final Fight or Abigail. Like, it's a really long stage that basically looks the same throughout, but that one fight is still like a super memorable part of it. I think they, like, it's really sick when they deploy those bits of game design in, like, with precision. Okay, this boss fight is gonna be a problem, but let's see how we do. Okay, that's what I thought. Like, I thought I had managed to kill him at least once, but I wasn't sure. Oh, that's really bad. That was a miracle. Yeah. See, that's the other thing. These guys, the barbarians, can run at you from these, like, awkward off angles. Luckily, this guy's hitbox is just as shit as the first boss. I didn't get the grab. Oh, get comboed. Dude, this guy's the fucking MVP. This guy's been fucking up this entire fight. Holy crap, this is falling apart. Still alive. Holy Jesus. All right. He's another one that has like the long range stuff where like having him off screen becomes a little bit of a liability because it's just hard to keep track of where things are. What? That. Archers, just what I needed. He's alive. Okay. Ah! That was real messy, but able to pull something out. That's an insane fight, just in general. I had a really rough start, but yeah, I think I talked about this before, but like you can strategically try. I mean, it's not something I tend to go for consciously. But you can sort of deliberately try to keep enemies around for the purpose of preventing the next wave of enemies of showing up. But honestly, given the composition of enemies that Black Barbarian guy is really a problem, because you kind of don't really have much of a choice of where you're standing where you can stand to not fucking die. So like you're kind of at the mercy of where there's an open spot to position yourself, which means that you cannot really be actively positioning yourself to fight that guy in particular, and that's when their angled running attacks become a huge threat. But I think with him out of the way, oh yeah, here I think this section is also like, this hammer, I think, can sometimes be a fish. And I'll just miss it. Unless I'm thinking of a very similar spot later in this stage. I'm curious to see if I survive to the fire room with the other magic sword. So I got the I watched the video of McCall to understand how to save the sword for the boss fight, which I thought was really funny when I saw how it works. Because you scroll it off screen, but after the encounter ends, you are allowed to scroll to the left again. So you can kill the last dude and then pick up the sword and just bring it to the boss fight. Game looks difficult. It's... I don't want to say it's not difficult. But it's easier than many. It's my second Capcom arcade beat-em-up that I'm trying to clear without continues. I cleared the Punisher, which I think is the easiest. But what makes this easier than many others is that there are many fewer spots that require specific strategy. In Final Fight, for example, every boss fight, like, if you just go into any boss fight without a specific strategy for that fight, you have no chance. You cannot use your, like, regular... Okay, that's the fish right there. In that barrel. Luckily, we're on pretty good health anyway. In this game, most of the basic strategy for just how to play the game is applicable throughout the entire game, including the boss fights. Not to say that there aren't specific strategies or like a few boss fights that are definitely difficult, but compared to most other beat-em-up games where the bosses are much more specifically... Oh, there's the fish. Designed to, like... Not to screw you over, but, like... See? Like, it feels like there's more encounter happening there, but it's not. So we can expose that sword, keep the lobster on screen. Full health and a lobster, that's good. So now the screen's locked. We can't go back to the sword. And this is maybe my favorite encounter in the game. For the memorability of getting the full color palette of barbarians. Plus these guys with the spiked armor is one of my favorite enemy designs. Okay, we take those. I figured. Let's do that. So I want to keep the fight, or I want to keep myself, rather, on the left edge of the screen here. Funny when they blow themselves up. Because I will have limited time to go collect that sword. Wow, I cannot believe that traded. That's how you get the sword. I might lose the sword in 1 second. Yeah, the animation of the fucking comedy goober bomb guys is very funny. Yep, there we go. Lost the sword. That's another thing, by the way. Maybe Trap can explain that. In the video where once you see video with Zhao Yun, he drops the sword in this fight and it stays on the ground. Is that like a character-specific thing where characters have different like abilities to keep weapons around? Because I've never been able to drop a weapon like that and have it not disappear. Like one of the secret weapons, specifically. This guy also, like, being airborne. You can't get damage, and he blocks, and he does the throwing knives and shit. And of course, he gets these most annoying enemies. This is still a PB mine. Come on! Stage 7 boss, not a bad effort, especially given that we had at least one stupid death. Taking a death on the stage 6 boss fight is like almost a given, or at least, you know, to be expected. And this fight's rough as well. Yeah, let's see here. I think I don't know. See, like, I don't know how to do it with the sword. Like, I don't know what the strat is to not lose the sword instantly, basically. So that's something I would have to practice. I have very little practice using weapons in general. Like, I'm sure obviously the enemies are a little bit random, but because the beginning of the fight is essentially deterministic, you'll always be in the exact same spot, and they will spawn. Like, these guys tend to jump in from the left. Like, I reckon you can route it. At least making it a bit more reliable. And by a bit, I mean, you know, more than 0%. Honestly, it feels like the huge benefit with the sword is being able to get those guys out of the way. Like, right now, this, I'm sure, improved my chances drastically. Like, those guys, the assassins are like half the challenge of the boss fight. Clean up the enemies, you can just match them off screen. Interesting. Okay, let's see if I can try that next time. I can't. Also, to the point of not being able to speak. And yeah, this fight also feels like it does specifically have kind of more downtime between enemy waves. I don't know. That's maybe my imagination. But it does seem like getting him knocked down first is a good first step. And these guys, sometimes both of them jump. Like, the problem as I have it right now is that I'm essentially, I don't know what I'm kind of going for. Oh my god, the perfect space. That's why those guys are so annoying. Like, they manage to jump into these, like, perfect blind spots. I can basically just do this, is what you're saying? I didn't mean to throw him that way. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You can see, like, I was literally about to say that even, like, messing that up, from here on out, like, it's still a trivial. But, I mean, it's not, though, is it? Like, once things unravel, like, you're back to being on that knife's edge. Got the fucking super joy. See. But yeah, you can see from my practice here, you know, like, without this, the feel for what I even can do with the sword here, like, it doesn't, bringing the sword into the fight makes little difference. You don't know how to execute the fight with it. And I think these are the kind of things that's also difficult. Like, if you watch someone do something like this well, like, it can be really difficult to pick up on strats just from watching. Because there's always this, like, subtle, minute manipulation of enemy positioning that you only, like, when you watch someone play, you only see the results of it. You don't see what goes into it. You don't see the, like, tiny margins for messing it up.
Look you!
And you don't see what the consequences are for, like, not getting it right. So I would say probably keeping this guy alive at this point is not the worst idea. Because sure, one archer can ruin your day. He's not worse than, like, 6 assassins. Bounce. Well, he can ruin your day if he's gonna fucking separation anxiety you and just walk into you to grab them. I wonder if it's also a good idea to try to maximize damage on the boss, like, as opposed to prioritizing clearing out this crowd. Like, you're not looking to have either stick around, but I guess it's also, so I was like keeping the pace there to sync it up with, like, his wake up. But it, you know, that fucked up with the archers, of course. But yeah, because the archers will spawn on the right, I guess it's kind of important to actually keep him on the right screen edge. Comboed with the throwing knives. Throwing knives is, like, his most dangerous attack, I feel like. Yeah, I was doing the mashing first. But I was kind of curious. I wasn't sure if staying in front of him and mashing... Like, it seemed like he was moving out of position off screen. When I was kind of trying to do it that way. Like so. This might work. I was gonna say, like... At least if they have to walk into me like on the Z-axis. But yeah, like now, there's a huge gap here of time before the next enemy wave shows up. Like, getting multiple knockdowns like that, pretty nice. Look at my health. Interesting. Like, I knew that this boss troublesome, but I didn't really study it in detail. Damage on something, if I can hit it. But, like, look at how much work that sword put in versus how... I got that food, but I still basically took 90% of a health bar's worth of damage once he was down to, like, 20-30% health. Okay, I'm so confused. I didn't even see what made me drop the sword. Give her those 100 megabits. I appreciate that. And the thing about, like, trying to mimic or learn strategies, as far as, like, the subtleties of AI manipulation and positioning and everything, a lot of the time, you won't even know yourself why something works. You just, like, develop some kind of muscle memory for positioning yourself a certain way. And if that works, there's, like, a degree of superstition to it almost, where it's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't need to know what's going on. But I know that if I do things this way, I don't die. And if I do things any differently, I do. Like that, more often than not, that's kind of what it can come down to. That was a lucky pickup. Way they layer themselves on top of you like that. Crazy. See, I got like kind of bad luck there grabbing the archer instead of the boss. Gave it the opportunity to knife me in between. Yeah, that makes sense that there's a way to get it more consistently, because the way it works there is like that was not... I've not been able to get it fully consistent, right? Where I can get it as simply as you're describing it. And I don't doubt that you can, but there's got to be something a little bit more specific to it. But yeah, so what happened there is like... let me show you something. If I can... nope. Alright, that's how we advance frame. So, I'm going to hit this guy. He gets hit. And I'm just holding down as I'm advancing here so you can see once my character starts moving, that's when I have recovered. There's hit stop for a few frames, and that's my recovery of the jab. He's in hit stun. I will basically recover on the next frame, or on this frame. So 1 frame. I get to walk for 1 frame, and he has recovered, and he's already starting to attack. So basically, like your attacks effectively have no hit, like there's no frame advantage on hit. And because you don't cancel into attacks in your combo, that means that like basically anyone, I don't think I can hit him from here, but I do have, like, you don't have huge Z-axis range on your jabs, but the enemies I think basically have 0 like extra Z range, whatever, however you define it. But basically, they have to be exactly lined up to hit. But you can be offset by a pixel or 2, and you will still hit. See, I'm offset by a bit here, and it's far enough to not hit. That should hit. All right, you can actually see the life bar updates like a frame or 2 before. That hits. And on this frame, I'll input my next punch, advance one. And I'm letting go. I'm not inputting punch. My jab will do its recovery. That's the first frame of the second punch. Second frame, and he's recovered. On the third frame, so you're like +2 on that jab. But because you cannot cancel into the next hit, the enemy will recover and has what? 1, 2, 3 frames. There's a 3-frame gap where the enemy can act in between your first and second hit. Most of the time, that's not a threat. It's not an issue. Because as you saw there, he was starting to begin stabbing, but his stab has like a 6-frame startup or something. So even if he tries to do his quickest attack, it's like a frame trap. He's trying to mash jab out of your frame trap, but you get the counter hit because you have enough frame advantage for your fastest attack to hit before his fastest attack. But when you're dealing with a boss who can do an attack with like instant startup or with iframes, they can sneak through even your regular combo. So it's really fascinating that this game works that way because they managed to wield that technology, and by they I mean the designers of Capcom, but I guess you can say the enemies, because they don't abuse it. When it happens like it did in that boss fight, it feels a bit shit, but it's still an exception. Like that's not how things usually work out. Like when it happens, you kind of go, "Oh fuck, what just happened there?" Because it's unusual. And there's only like really only the bosses that I think can abuse it. Like it's simple math. Like it's you know how frame data works in fighting games too, with frame traps and everything, where if your attack is +2, and especially with this, like the input buffer and the queuing system, whatever, like you don't need to time it. Like your next attack will hit on its like intended timing every time. It's okay to give enemies a 2 or 3 or 4 frame window to react if they do not have anything in their repertoire that can actually hit that quickly. Like that means that they're at a frame disadvantage, but they can't, or they're at a frame advantage, sort of, but they can't utilize it in any way. But even, the bosses could easily have been sort of programmed to always do something in that gap, but it's pretty unusual that they do. Whereas in many other games, bosses and even regular enemies can either just kind of break out of hit stun when they feel like it, or there just isn't hit stun, or the hit stun is so short that you're just negative on hit like you are here. Like the combat tribes is like the perfect example, right? Every time you hit someone, you just get hit back, and like there's just nothing you can do about it pretty much. The best you can do is like try to hit at maximum range so that when they retaliate, you might get lucky and be out of range of their attack. But yeah, that just comes, like, I wouldn't expect, I don't know specifically, but because I haven't counted, I've counted some frames. I have a spreadsheet. I have several spreadsheets, in fact. But I haven't looked into like enemy frame data. I've focused more on like game feel and controlling the characters and how the characters work to understand like how that's all constructed. But I don't know. I haven't measured a lot of like enemy startup frames and speeds and stuff, and I don't know to what degree that's variable. That's something I could imagine that like, I'm not sure if it's the attacks themselves that become quicker or slower, or if it's just the timing windows before attacks come out and stuff like that. Like, you'll notice in games like Final Fight and Streets of Rage, on higher difficulties or higher rank or later in the game, like, enemies are a lot more aggressive. They can attack, like, more rapidly, but I don't know if their punches and kicks literally come out faster. That's something I'd be curious to look into. And I also don't know, because it's, like, a little harder to just test for, to what degree, like what the rules are and if and how they're broken. It really feels like a lot of games where you punch someone and it's like visually it appears that the enemies are reeling, but somehow they like fight back. Like that's a typical Technos thing in general. It's not just combat tribes. Like a lot of Double Dragon games, and things like that. Like you punch dudes, and it just feels like attacking enemies doesn't set up for a follow up. Like you hit them, and then it's like a coin toss who gets to hit first. And it's hard to know offhand why that is the way it is. I mean, what are the specific factors that contribute to that feel, and how much of it is like factual, and how much of it is I don't know, emotional. How much of it is imaginary. But yeah, from the games I have looked at, which aren't all of the Capcom arcade ones, but like most of them, this is the only game that works this way. This is the only game in which you do not actually cancel into the next attack. And because, of course, if you cancel in Final Fight, for example, not only do you cancel into the next attack, you you have much more hit stun. So this situation wouldn't occur anyway, I don't think. I'm not positive actually. I don't have the numbers in my head, but I don't think it would occur. But it would be a lot less sort of likely. Yeah, I was surprised as well, Trap. Like looking into it, like there's a lot of little things that are different between like the games I've looked at. I haven't dissected all of them to the same detail or looked at all the same things, but I've looked at Final Fight, this, Punisher, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and briefly a few other things like Denjin Makai and Violent Storm. For example, like in Final Fight, and I think that like that's like kind of the standard because I think Cadillacs and Punisher work the same way. Every attack you can do essentially is cancelable from the first active frame. In Final Fight, it's from the first active frame. In the Punisher, it's a bit different. In Cadillacs 2, it might be from like the second or third active frame. But basically, that's why you can rapid fire jab in those games. You can just mash and you can just like put out a wall of jabs because like Cody's jab is the fastest in Final Fight, and it's like 4 frames of startup or something. And then it's like 8 active frames and 2 frames of recovery or something. So in that entire 8-frame window, you can cancel it, and so you can have the jab be out there for 7 frames, and then you tap the button, and there's like 4 frames or 3 frames or something of it not being out, and then it's out again for another 8 frames or whenever you choose to interrupt it. Hagar works the exact same way, but he has like 8 frames of startup and 6 active frames or something. So the relative time window of like how much time is spent with an active hitbox out in front of you versus how much is spent just like winding up the next punch. Cody has like by far the most like advantageous balance there. I think Guy has the same speed, the same startup speed of his jabs, but he has like 3 active frames, and Cody has 8, I think. So even with the same, like you could mash with the same rhythm to keep jabs out, but Cody's active frames will be like he will have way more active frames. He has bigger hitboxes on his punches too. Yeah, like that's the thing. I agree, Trap. Like there's so many things like that where you just play the game and it's just intuitive and it feels the way you would expect it to feel. And I played these games for decades, and like looking into it like this, I've also been fascinated. Like, that's a like pretty simple solution that works so well and it feels so good. So the way it works in Final Fight, I mean, fuck it, let's do this is a research stream now. This is a science education stream. I have another emulator with hitboxes and stuff, but I can't be bothered. This will work. Actually, fuck it. Let's do it. Well, let's do this properly because I don't have save states or anything set up here anyway. Let me get my other main. This is bonus material because I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna stream. We might be sitting here for an hour doing this, so whatever. We'll figure it out. But I find this stuff fascinating, and I think there's at least one person in chat who does as well. So I might as well share some of my knowledge. Let's see, where did It's like a completely different version of MAME, so everything is like different here. And the controls are different. And we got bilinear filtering and everything. But that's whatever. There we go. Drop this down a bit. Okay, yeah, it's everything is like different. Forget what kind of saves I even have, and it's like a bit unstable and it crashes sometimes. Okay, well, we'll just I didn't even use the stick when I was doing. Okay. Okay, maybe this is a little more finicky, but that's whatever. Whatever. There. Cody. And so you can see on the top right, that's like the global timer. That's just like elapsed frames. So if I advance 1 frame, that number will go up by 1. So we have the hitbox viewer enabled as well. So one thing that I don't know if it's this game or if it's this version of MAME or some combination thereof. Lord Kyokusagani with the raid. Greetings, welcome. We're doing some beat 'em up research science. Actually, I should change this, I guess. Bother doing like okay, hang on. We got to stage 7 boss on 1 credit, so that's our new PB. Whatever, I'll just leave it on there. We're just doing I'm explaining and demonstrating some stuff that I've learned in my recent research. Doing some deep dives into a variety of beat 'em up games recently. Yeah, so a thing that happens here, which I don't know. Again, I think part of it's the game, part of it may be MAME, because this is like an offshoot of MAME that's made for replays and Lua script support. But it's like forked several years ago, so it's different in some ways. Given that it's made for replays, you would think it's one of those like versions that's optimized to not have input delay and stuff, so I'm not sure. But in this game, in this emulator, whenever I do an input, there's like a 2 or 3 frame delay before the action happens. Tenchi Kurau II, no joke. It isn't, but at the same time, I feel like it's... I'm making progress rapidly. It's a lot easier than Final Fight. I feel in my brain that it's easier than Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and maybe Captain Commando, but I haven't put the serious effort into any of those games yet, so we'll see. But it feels surmountable. Just how the game is. Yeah, that's what I figured, but I wasn't sure. Most Capcom games, when I've tested them here, have 2 or 3 frames of input delay. It felt really weird when I was trying out Denjin Maka. Felt weird, not as in playing the game, but just like doing the frame by frame stuff. I was confused that game has like 0 input lag. It seemed really strange. That's like you input a command and then on the next frame it's already doing the thing. It's like, that seems weird. Um, but yeah, the same thing happens here. Like life bars update before enemies react and everything. But so just to show, so I'm inputting punch now, and we'll advance 1 frame. Saw the number go up there. I'm letting go of the punch button. That's 1 frame, 2 frames, 3. I'm not advancing. Okay, there we go. Input the punch. Hazemaker, greetings. Thank you. I'm a partner now. Maybe beneficial in some way. I don't know. I got a little check mark, I guess. I got a little bit of validation from the Twitch overlord, so that's, you know, that's not nothing. 1, 2, 3. Probably on the next frame it'll. There we go. So here's our first actual. So when we're counting like frame data, I'm not accounting for that delay on the inputs because it's like universal. So it just adds. It's much easier to just visually count when things start reacting in the game. And as far as like if you ever come into a situation where you need to account for reacting versus computer controlled characters or whatever, at the end of the day, it's still that input delay is like a whole separate thing. So it's easier to just kind of take it out of the calculations entirely, because all of this is more about the design of how things are animated, more so than like response times and like strategy execution or anything. So first active or startup frame, second, so like 2 frames. So there's 2 frame startup. I thought it was 4, but it's I misremembered. It's 2. And then here's the active frame. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 active frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 4 recovery. Okay, that's where I got mixed up. It's 2 startup, 8 active, 4 recovery. If I do punch for 1 frame again here, we get another punch starting up here. And I advance a few frames. And if I hit attack again now, I hit attack on this frame, account for 2 frames of input delay, then the next punch starts. 2 frames, and then the punch is out. I wait a couple of frames. I can do it later in the punch. Input punch again. 1, 2 input delay frames. And then the next punch starts. So at any point where that punch is active, like you can cancel it into the next punch. But also, because of the input delay, so if I input punch now, two frames of input delay, and then if I input the punch now on this frame, first startup frame, 2 frames, like we didn't get the cancel. But if I do a punch, and then on the second startup frame, input punch again now, before, like I'm inputting it before it's active, it cancels after like 2 or 3 frames, because I guess that the second punch input was like processed 2 or 3 frames later. Like I haven't worked out the specifics, exact details on how that works, but essentially, you know, you get that entire active window to cancel, and you can cancel. It's a little hard to see here because it's the same animation frame. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I cancel on or input on the 7th frame, that's this should be the 7th, 8th active frame. 1 frame of recovery, 2 frames of recovery, except or a third. But except those weren't recovery frames. There was 1 recovery frame and then 2 startup frames of the next punch, because they look the same. You can't visually distinguish it. So that's why it's pretty easy. Like at any point during that jabbing out, you can interrupt. You can do it like super fast, but you're kind of better off not doing it that quickly, because you just interrupt more of your active frames. So if you were to time this perfectly, you would have this rhythm. I restarted and it didn't save. You would have this rhythm of 8 active frames to 2 startup frames. If we summon first enemy here, you can see there the life bar again updated first. So he gets hit. There's 6, I think. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames of hit stop. I'm not sure. I may have started counting on the wrong frame. But that's 6 frames, let's say, of the punch being out. And it's out for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. Oh, yeah. So 5. I don't know how I count. But you can tell that the active frames were visible for longer. And we can see the amount of... he's like shaking after the hit stop ends. Cody is now officially recovered. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10 frames of advantage. Cody recovers 10 frames before the enemy. So in Tenchi Kurau, that was like 2 frames, and here it's 10. But we can also... okay, this is going to get weird because if I attack now, we actually get the second hit of the combo. It looks the same visually, but that's the second hit. And I can tell, because even though he might die from this hit, I'm actually not sure. I have to skip past the hit stop, because the game does not accept inputs during hit stop. That should be enough. If I input one attack now, wait 2 frames. Now that canceled into the third hit. But he's in the process of dying from the second hit. Well, actually, no, I think the third hit... Yeah, the third hit connects. And it's the same thing here. There's hit stop, you can see he's static. But now he's moving again. Hit stop has ended. And I can now cancel this by inputting punch on this 1 frame. 2 frames of input delay. And then that's the next attack coming out. So it doesn't matter if you whiff or hit. Any attack can be canceled into... It's not really even that it's being canceled into the next attack in the sequence. It's canceled into performing the attack action. But what action does come out depends on like the combo variable. So when you're hitting an enemy, it's like building up your combo counter. And if your combo counter is 0 or 1, you get the jab. If it's 2, you get the gut punch. And if it's 3, you get the uppercut. And if your attack whiffs, it resets that counter. So that's how the infinite works. And that's why, like, you can kind of... like, you can mash... because there's a pretty generous timing window for getting that attack to come out. In fact, in this game, you see that? I waited quite a long time after hitting him, and that gut punch still came out. In Tenchi Kurau, as a side note, and that's kind of unique to that game, because you don't cancel, here there's like a leniency. You can either cancel or you can wait. I haven't counted it, but it's probably 12 frames, 20 frames, something like that. It's a pretty generous window after your attack is finished, and it still keeps... like, the combo counter is kept for a little while. And then you do, like, you get the sort of follow-up. But in Tenchi Kurau II, that combo counter is reset instantly. Like, on your first frame of neutral, like idle, after recovering from the jab, the combo has already reset. That's why when you do that vertical walk and you mash jab, like you only get like the first jab to come out. You have to hit the attack during, like, the timing window for the inputs is very similar because you hit during the attack, but it doesn't cancel into it. It just lines it up afterwards. But one crucial difference is that Final Fight does not accept inputs during hit stop. So in Tenchi, it's pretty easy to do the 1-2 jab. But here, if I try to like only do 4 button presses, you can do it, but you can fuck it up. If you try to go too, if you mash like too quickly. It's still a little health, but it's like a little tricky. The 4th hit didn't come out. I pressed the button 4 times, but one of the button presses must have happened during hit stop, so it didn't register. That's typically not like a problem, because you can just mash. Like, it's not difficult to get the combo to come out. And because of the cancel mechanic, the timing isn't precious. Like, it doesn't... You don't have to time it perfectly to avoid an enemy sneaking in a hit between your punches or anything. Like, it's gonna work out. Like, you can do it more slowly. But, of course, if you deliberately stagger it... See? I just started the gut punch, but he was able to hit me in between because I was, like, really delaying it. But so it's interesting how these things, like, the way it works here is how it works in most other Capcom games, at least in the Punisher and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. But there's a few differences. So in this game, yeah, crashed again. Just enter and it just like reset it. Can I don't have the option to save settings here. Whatever. So with Hagar, the mechanics are the same, but the timings are all different. So with Hagar, I do the attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's got 10 frames of recovery. Whereas Cody and I think Guy both have 4. Which means that he gets, like, stuck after the end of his jab for a lot longer. So you can see that I can... It's actually more visibly, like, clear with Hagar. That if I'm mashing like this, the recovery frames never play out. I'm literally canceling each punch with the next one. So you can do this, and you can cancel from the first startup frame. So you can also more clearly see that, like, compared to what it looks like with Cody, the active frames are more kind of flashing into existence. Whereas with Cody, let's see if this works. The active frames, the hitbox is mostly out there, but it's like flashing out of existence for 2 frames with every punch. So there's 2 frames of startup, 8 frames of active. With Hagar, I don't know why the simulator keeps crashing, because it's, like, not consistent either. I don't know, this Hagar save state works better for some reason. This, but I don't think I can. I don't know how to save that if I can. Yeah, this is MAME Armor, exactly. And I'm playing it specifically because it has the hitbox viewer Lua script. and like it doesn't fade the screen when there's a few other things like that. In hindsight, we would have been better off just sticking to the other version that doesn't crash. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. So you can see, like, it just the attack is just very slow comparatively. So now it's hitting, but I can't really input the next punch right now because it'll not register the inputs because it'll come in during the hit stop. I'm sure there's settings. I just mean like for the purposes of right now. I'm not going to be fiddling around with those settings anyway. And once he like starts shaking, or in that case, the punch even ended here, or the active frames ended, so we're clearly out of hit stop. I'll input the next attack. That's the other thing, by the way. Intuitively, I would have thought for sure that the enemy shake effect would be happening during hit stop. It doesn't. It happens after hit stop. It does, however, happen during hit stop in Tenchi Kurau II. Hit stop is like much more important in that game as far as inputs go. You can input follow-ups during hit stop in that game because the actual frame, you don't have that window after the attack connects to hit the follow-up like you do in this game and the Punisher and most of them, because you have to hit the next, like, line up next attack during the first attack. Being able to register inputs during hit stop effectively like doubles the size of the input window, and also means that like you don't get dropped inputs basically. But we'll see here. I can more clearly see by now. Obviously, I can just input the button on multiple subsequent frames too. You can. That's another thing actually you can do. You see there, he canceled into this move right there. You cannot. The game doesn't register inputs if you press and let go during hit stop. But I think if you start holding it during hit stop, we can actually try it. If I attack now, you can tell that it connected because his life bar showed up. I'll wait one frame, and if I just start holding it now, start holding attack and start advancing. Okay, it didn't work. It might be because it's like start now. Yeah. Because the input delay makes it a little tricky to account for, and I don't remember offhand. I wrote down like what the exact numbers are for hit stop and everything. But basically, you might be able to hold the button for a few frames to make it like register the input as you come out of hit stop. But I forget exactly how that works. Point being, like, it doesn't fully register inputs during hit stop. And I believe that is also true in Cadillacs and Punisher. And the interesting thing that I compared, like, a big reason why the Punisher is like easier than this as far as like general gameplay goes, is things like his jab has 1 frame of startup and like 10 active frames or something. It's like mega buff. But also the Punisher has like 1 or 0 startup frames on jumps. Jumps are like instant. In this game, jumps are very much not instant. I'm walking forward, you can see very clearly that Hagar's like stopping before he starts jumping. Which actually, why don't I go into that? That's another weird thing that I wasn't aware of. So if we pause here and I enter jump, 2 frames of input lag. 3, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 frames. On the 7th frame, he starts jumping. And when he lands, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 frames. It's a little weird here because that landing recovery is actually cancelable. If I hold forward, you can see that he just blips into the landing. In fact, we can count. I'm holding forward right now. 1, 2, and then there's 1 frame of idle when you cancel it, I guess. I guess it's going from the landing state to the idle state to the walking state. But it's like a purely visual recovery that's fully cancelable. You can cancel it with walking, you can cancel it with attacking. But the thing that really threw me for a loop, so just in general, having like startup frames on a jump feels familiar. That's like how fighting games work and everything. In fighting games, they're usually called pre-jump frames, because you're technically, as far as the game's concerned, you're still on the ground, but you might be invulnerable to grabs and things like that. It's kind of a special, like, weird state where you're kind of grounded in some regards, but you're kind of airborne in others. Obviously, Street Fighter II is like built on the skeleton of Final Fight. Like all of the core mechanics in terms of inputs. Like as far as the canceling thing, like it made me laugh when I sort of discovered how this works functionally. Obviously, it's like well known that it has been widely kind of misrepresented and misreported that combos in Street Fighter 2 happened as like an accident, or it was a glitch and they decided to keep it. Like the way that story is told tends to be that, like, oh, you know, there was a Street Fighter 2 location test and someone discovered that you could cancel attacks and they went, wow, that's cool, we should keep that. Like, that's not how it happened at all. And the fact that, like, Final Fight literally has chain combos, like, makes it pretty patently obvious that they weren't implemented in Street Fighter 2 on accident or by mistake. Now, of course, Final Fight doesn't really let you combo. Like, Final Fight doesn't have special moves, so you can't, like, 2-in-1 a close fierce into an uppercut or whatever. But the concept of inputting a move during, like, the move happening and the next thing or a different thing coming out, I'm actually super intrigued to, just from a purely academic standpoint, do similar stuff. I mean, I don't think I would. I don't think I will, rather. But looking at how things work in, like, Torai no Michi and Black Tiger and Makaimura and things like Trojan, I think this game was like a quantum leap in, like, inputs, like input interpreters and you know, hit stun and canceling and, like, all these little things that influence not just Street Fighter 2, not just fighting games, but like action games. I think action games owe a tremendous depth to this game, because you look at Final Fight and see how it differs from Golden Axe and from Double Dragon, and it's like, this is fucking space age game design that's, like, so far ahead of its time. But it's sort of like, it's far ahead of its time, but it doesn't feel like it is, because it was so influential that everything just changed. Everything just turned into the way Final Fight did it, I feel like. So in terms of a timeline, there's not this massive gap between Final Fight and everything else, because everything just, you know, it was just a paradigm shift. And I feel like it doesn't get the credit it deserves for so many things. And anyway, that was a whole side tangent about pre-jump frames. Well, so Chris, that's the thing. It's not really just about combos, right? Like, I remember somewhere reading something, and I don't recall specifically if this was, like, in reference to Final Fight sort of inventing it. That's why I would like to look at some of these other games. But I remember it was talking about, like, Yoshiki Okamoto, basically, which is why I think it may not have originated in this game, because he wasn't really a designer on this, as far as I'm aware. But bringing the idea of, like, multiple active frames. And actually, I think what this game might have pioneered was attacks being able to hit multiple enemies on different frames. So, like, I do an attack, and there's a hitbox, And if I recall correctly, what was kind of asserted was that, like, in olden times, games wouldn't necessarily think to have more than one active frame. Like, you kind of, instead of having like this hitbox that lingers for a certain period of time, it would be like a singular check. Like, this is, I'm doing the attack. Did this hit? Yes or no? And I'm paraphrasing and vaguely remembering, but the idea was like that Yoshiki Okamoto kind of implemented the idea of having it be over a wider period of time, which again I guess would have been in something like maybe Trojan or something prior to this. But what I think might have been new to this game is that, like, when you hit this, like if you hit an enemy on this frame, the hitbox doesn't go away. That one enemy can only be hit once, but the hitbox stays there, and like the way the game checks collision means that, like, it's checked sort of individually for each enemy as opposed to the hitbox itself checking whether it connected and then disappearing if it did. Which of course, not every beat 'em up works like that. And it tends to be a thing where if you can't hit multiple enemies with one attack, it feels bad. Double Dragon doesn't do it, for example. DD Crew famously does not do it for regular attacks, but it does do it for the running attacks. So that becomes more of a strategic layer to that game, where your jab combo, like in the final fight sort of design school, is all about clumping enemies together, because that's when you're like the most effective. But in games like DD Crew, it's like the exact opposite, because if you have two enemies overlapping, your jab is useless, or your down plus attack kick, whatever. Like, you still want to pile them up so that you can loop the running attack, but it just like has a completely different flow because of it. Anyway, that was another side tangent. What I was actually gonna talk about was another discovery that like freaked me out, because I was like, what the fuck? This is how it actually works? Like, I played this game for how many decades, so you kind of have a feel for it. So, you can jump forward, but there's also the backwards jump. Which is like the fastest mode of travel. Agarth looks a little funny because it doesn't have a different animation for it, but Guy and Cody will backflip if you back jump. And the input for the back jump is like you jump and then you press back. You can't, like, you can kind of press them simultaneously, but you're likely to accidentally, like, because turning around is instant. There's no turn delay. So you kind of jump and then back. Agarth's back jump is especially effective because he can do the body splash, which, by the way, has 0 startup frames. And infinite active frames. It just stays out until he lands. When you do the backwards jump, the body splash will still knock enemies forward, so it's kind of a weird thing. But anyway, that's not what I meant to talk about. What I discovered was how the jump inputs actually work, which threw me for a loop. So if I input jump, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames of pre-jump startup, and then he's in the air. And then I can do whatever. If I'm walking forward, holding forward, I'm pressing jump, count for the input delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the jump starts, and I'm jumping forward. If I'm walking forward, press jump while holding forward. I'm holding forward for 1 extra frame for good measure. In fact, let me hold forward until he starts jump startup, and then I let go of forward. He will do a neutral jump. So the direction you're holding coming out of the jump startup is what determines which direction you're jumping. Sort of. I mean, that is true, but it's not exactly how you control the direction of the jump. Because the thing that I discovered, which, like, it made me laugh, because it's like, of course, that's a simple way of doing it, but it's fucked up, is the secret sauce to backwards jumping and jump direction in Final Fight is that the pre-jump startup frames are cancelable. So here's the first jump startup frame. Oh, I'm already jumping because I tapped forward for 1 frame as the jump was starting. It's obviously like kind of tricky to visualize in real time, but you can kind of see if I'm holding forward and walking, he's like crouching for a split second. But if I'm pressing jump and then forward, you can effectively skip the jump startup. So again, I'm holding jump for 1 frame, like I'm inputting the jump. I'm on the next frame holding forward. And that like didn't quite work, I guess, because of the input delay. Again, the input delay makes things weird. But if I'm waiting, I guess, 2 frames, then holding forward, I got 2 frames of jump startup. So that's how the back jump is performed. You press jump, and then at any point during those 6 frames, I press back for 1 frame, let go, and there's the back jump. So that's why, like, it feels like when you're doing back jump travel like this, that you can kind of, like, the speed of it, it's like the fastest mode of travel, but the speed is variable. Because you can execute the back jumps faster or slower. You know, you can have, I guess, anywhere from 2 to 6, maybe even 1 if you time it perfectly, 1 to 6 frames of startup on every jump. Yeah, and I think it sounds trapped, like you're reacting kind of like I did, where it's like, you know, you can do different jumps, you cancel it, like that's, yeah, the canceling of the jabs into whatever attacks, like jumps, could work the same way. Why not? But given everything you would intuitively think, not so much based on Final Fight, but just like games and fighting games and everything that came after it, the idea of jumps having like cancelable, variable, like skippable startup frames feels so absurd. It's so like backwards. Would have just checked lever direction at the end of fixed startup time. Exactly. That's what you would assume, right? That's what, like, that's because that is how it works if you hold forward and tap jump. That's literally exactly how it works. And it's how, I feel like that's how anyone would assume, like, if you understand that, well, jumping isn't instant, turning is instant. So if you want to jump and then jump backwards, it makes sense that you can't press the direction first. I mean, you could do it that way, but that's like kind of weird. So jumping then backwards makes sense. But it feels like the way you would kind of intuitively try to perform it is like holding back or something. But like the fact that, because, you know, intuitively, you can understand that if you do the startup and you tap a direction and then let the lever return to neutral as the startup frames finish, that you might get a neutral jump. But that's not how it works. I'm pretty sure Final Fight is the only game that does it that way from what I tested. Like Punisher's all fucked up because it only has 1 startup frame anyway. Let's do this. Yeah, so, you know, Final Fight is like a mega groundbreaking space age pioneer, but it's got some fucked up shit in it. So that red hitbox is my grab hitbox. Final Fight works the same way, basically, but at least as far as this like Lua script is concerned, it doesn't visualize the grab hitbox. But as far as I understand, there's no actual difference in how it works. But you can kind of tell already, like, Punisher has a bit of a smaller hitbox. Like, it doesn't go all the way down to his feet, for example. Let's easier. So jab, again, input delay, startup frame, boom. The hitbox is like 3 times the size of Cody's already sizable punch hitbox. But I think this is a good change. Like, you'll see in other games, I don't have a hitbox viewer for Tenchi 2, but when you're playing it, you can tell that you're hitting guys behind you and everything. Like, the punch hitbox is gigantic. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it actually has, like, fewer active frames. But it's just much faster in general. Because it only has the 1 startup frame. And then jumping. Input jump for 1 frames. Input delay. 1, 2. Okay, there's the jump startup. Boom. He's moving. So there's one pre-jump frame. So you have back jumping. And it's not like super difficult to execute. But like I'm pretty sure Tenchi and Captain Commando and other games like do have a static. I'm pretty sure I tested this. That there's just a set jump startup timer that you cannot cancel. But it feels like this game is like they circumvented it in a different way, where it's like, well, let's just have it be 1 frame at any, like, regardless. The roll, like, I was kind of curious to see this, and I guess technically I don't know this for a fact, but it always seemed to me like rolling had iframes because you can just get out of everything. Technically, from like normally when you're invincible in a game like this, the way it's done is you literally just don't have a hurt box. I don't know if there are any technical properties to the hitbox in the rolling frames that does give it some kind of invulnerability or evasive properties, but a hitbox is a lot smaller. And as you roll, like, because you're so low to the ground, most attacks will go over you. So that kind of, like, makes sense. And then the kick, like, first, like, it's active on the frame 1. And pretty big. And I think we'll see. Okay, it's got a few frames of recovery, at least. Quite a few, actually. I mean, not, not super vulnerable or anything. Oh, yeah, the jump attack moving forward is weird. And the jump attack also is active on frame 1. So the fact that you can jump with 1, like, doing a jump kick, you can have a hitbox out in, like, 2 frames. Compare that to Final Fight, where there's, like... okay, normally there's 6 startup frames on your jump. If you're doing a forward jump, you can cancel them. Which is weird, but... for a neutral jump, at least, you can't skip... There's no... I don't think, at least, you can press up or something to skip the startup frames. But let's say you have the 6 startup frames, and then you have maybe 4 startup frames or something on the jump kick. The difference between 2 frames and 10 frames to get something out quickly to get someone off you is, like, pretty gigantic. So the fact you can do this... It's kind of funny that you get stopped like that. Like, it makes quite a difference. That's interesting, though. I wonder if that's specific... hang on. Oh, you know what? I never noticed that. But you lose all forward momentum when you hit a jump kick. That's not true for the running jump kick. He just drops straight down. That's really interesting. I would have never thought about that, but it does explain why... I mean, obviously you have a lot more forward momentum just in general. Like, running jump moves faster horizontally than a walking jump. But then you also... The kick adds a bit of forward momentum, regardless. So it just feels like it's a more effective way to jump through a crowd kicking like this. But it turns out that the normal jump kick just, like, can't do this at all, because you just... it just kills the forward momentum. I never knew that, but there you go. The thing is, I guess, like, in the Punisher, you're not typically... Like, this move is so good. Your, throw enders are so insanely good. That you're not that reliant on jump kicks. But that's interesting that it works that way. Like that's why I'm like so obsessed with doing this kind of research, because you find out all these tiny little details that you would never intuit from just playing the game. And it's not necessarily that all of them are particularly helpful when playing. But they're not unhelpful. Like learning, I guess we can try this actually. Like I'm just barely overlapping with 1 pixel here, but it's enough. Inputting the next punch. Coming out. I input the next input during hit stop and it didn't register. But I input the next now. And it's coming out. Oh, here's another cool thing. In Punisher, there's a horizontal screen shake when an enemy dies. Regardless of what you're hitting them with, the screen will shake horizontally a few pixels. You'll see it now when I advance. And that's to indicate that the enemy died. And now I can input the combo ender because I canceled it. So the hit stop, you like look at the screen, boom, like that little shake. It's like such a, it's not even a super subtle shake, right? Like if you're looking for it, it's pretty intense. But that's, you know, that's a cool little touch. Hey, what's up, Dan? We were doing some Tenchi Kurau 1cc practice. And then I started getting sidetracked talking about frame data and how combo inputs work. So now we're looking at some some examples here to explain how all these Capcom games are kind of built on the same skeleton, but there's a lot of little subtleties that are different between them. In some cases, with this and Cadillacs and Final Fight, for example, the jump startup canceling is bizarre. But the basic rules for combo inputs and stuff are largely the same, but because hit stop is of a slightly different length, frame data timing windows on the individual attacks are a slightly different length, like things end up just kind of feeling a bit differently. But yeah, another thing that I noticed, which is kind of, I thought was interesting, is like, if I do this throw on these guys, if I try to not die, it's important that I hit the right enemy. There's, okay. I was gonna say there's no screen shake. There was screen shake, but that's because he died. There was horizontal screen shake because he died. I tossed him into the ground, no screen shake at all. This guy... Okay, I threw the same guy. I'm trying to throw Yan Li. A normal throw works fine. Boom, screen shake. Because he's like slightly bigger, I guess. I haven't tested it with all other enemy types, but it's kind of cool that like there's just these like little differences that like create a little bit of flavor. But I threw him into those other guys, and it created the horizontal shake because they died. And they do overlap, of course. If you kill this or some other guy with that move, no screen shake there at all. It looked like. Even when you die, there's no screen shake. But then when you respawn, there's the big red flash, whatever. But yeah, there's like all these little things that you can feel, I guess, when you're playing, but you're never gonna like register in real time. And like I said, it's not necessarily super subtle either. I think there's like some items maybe you can break that also costs, yeah, like that. You throw that thing and there's screen shake. You hit the phone booth and there's screen shake. I think maybe if you do the forward combo ender. Oh, it's just a big... Yeah, I guess because it shakes when you kill enemies, it's easy to get it kind of mixed up. What else was I gonna talk about? Alright, this has the weird, like, all the different... Oh, there's like a delay when you grab them like this, too. Which, by the way, that's another thing I forgot to mention in Final Fight. Hagar uniquely has a startup animation like Punisher does here. He grabs them, for 2 frames, and then you have them grabbed. But Hagar's throw startup or grab startup is like 4 frames or 6 frames or something. It's like a pretty tangible window during which you cannot input commands. So that's why, like with Cody and Guy, their grab is instant. But with Hagar, if you like mash, like technically there's a window of vulnerability when you grab someone because you can get hit, but you cannot, you know, there's a delay before you can access your throw iframes, basically. Which is funny because, like, you would think that Hagar is better at grappling than Cody and Guy. He does have some unique strengths from it, but he actually does have, like, that's one in the ways which his speed manifests in a way that's actually detrimental to his abilities. Not really his walk speed. I mean, his walk speed is slower too, and his punch comes out much slower. But the fact that there's a delay on his grab before he can do anything it's one of those things that you might not know to describe, but you have almost certainly felt it while playing the game. And it's interesting that that's like a mechanical distinction between the characters. But here it's like more universal. Well, I guess there isn't really a character choice here, but it's not a specific weakness attached to the big strong guy. It's just how grabs work. But it's a much shorter window here. So it's less of an issue. And again, no hitbox here because you're invulnerable. But there's an active hitbox on the, and this is also a little different from how it works in Final Fight, by the way. When you do the pile driver with Hagar, you have like an active hitbox on Hagar. But you don't have them for the throws. So in Final Fight, the throw, it's not until you release the guy you're throwing that you actually hit anyone with it. But here, there's an actual active frame on the attack itself, like the throw animation. I guess the idea probably is just to make sure it's more consistent. Again, obviously the hitboxes we're seeing are accurate. They're derived from the game running. But we don't have all the information about potential properties, and there could be other kind of hitboxes that just aren't being rendered. Like when you're throwing guys, I think. See, and he, like, the hitbox is different when we're throwing a bigger dude, for that matter. So he has an active hitbox on him now. Big screen shake. Only vertical screen shake. Well, actually, maybe not. It's hard to tell. It's the horizontal screen shake. And then down plus attack. Oh yeah, this is the move you cancel. I fucked it up by... I think I fucked it up. Yeah, because I was trying to input it during hit stun. That's the other thing, by the way. To get the combo throw, you have to cancel into it. Even though you have this like timing window after hitting an attack, you can walk down for a few frames, get attack number 2, attack number 3. If I let this move, okay, he's gonna hit me. Well, actually, let's cancel into a grab if I can. Should be able to. Yep, there we go. I thought, but I was still vulnerable, so I got hit. I guess the startup frame of grabbing for the combo throw is still vulnerable. I don't know. As you can tell, there's like just a lot of subtleties to it. It gets a little confusing in this game because you have multiple combo enders. That's the down combo ender. That's the up combo ender. So you do the 3 hits, and then up or down to the throws. And both throws can be directed like that, which is kind of weird. But you also have a forward combo ender. It's pretty funny, they're still on screen. But But that's, you cancel into the forward ender from the second hit. So if you do 3 hits and then press forward and attack, you just get the regular ender. The fact that you're canceling into moves from different attacks is like a little unintuitive. But it means that you have like quicker access to the forward ender, which knocks dudes away really far. But you also have to like commit to doing it earlier in the combo, so to speak. Oh yeah, you can wiggle to get up faster in Final Fight. I'm not sure that's very consistent. It's a bit different from each game, whether you can do it or not. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of slight differences, but I would say like Tenchi Kurau is the only game I've played that has that system of queuing up attacks instead of canceling them. But I don't know that it's strictly the most unusual or the one like unique mechanic game, because Knights of the Round might work the same way, because it's, without having tested it, I'm actually not sure, but it has a more slow, methodical pace to the attacks, right? So it would make sense that it might work the same way. But Captain Commando has its own... Yeah, and I guess I don't want to say unique, because I'm not sure Battle Circuit might be the same way. It feels like it might be. But in that game, the way it works is it's like a cross between Final Fight, like standard mechanics, of course. So there's no Lua script here. We don't have hitboxes, but it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, because there's so many weird things. You can't tell with the hitbox viewer not being a thing here, but you would think, compared to the other games, that this is the first active frame, but that's actually not true. He has like one startup frame, like this, one, and then I think from here, there actually is a hitbox, but there might be another kind of weird input delay, like timing thing, where it's a little unclear what happens, what gets processed on which frame, because we don't have the hitbox viewers, but it's like a little deceptive. But the overall speed of the jab, like 1, 2 frames of startup, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active frames, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 frames of recovery. So the overall balance is like the recovery. Well, okay, never mind. It's like Final Fight jumps. The recovery frames are skippable or like cancelable. So I'm holding down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active frames, and you can immediately move. Okay. So the recovery frames on the jab are purely cosmetic. They don't actually matter. So there's actually, in practice, 0 recovery frames. But what makes the combo, like, you can move forward doing the combo, and it's like a 3-hit combo, so that already is like kind of different. But the thing that's like, that I found really fucked up is that the frame data changes on hit. Trying to suss out like the hit stop was kind of confusing. As we hit this guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 frames, like active frames of the attack being extended, at the end of which there's no recovery animation, he's just recovered. And pure guesstimation, maybe 4, 5, 6 of those frames are hit stop frames, so there you wouldn't count those. But even so, that's like 16 frames or something. So instead of having 5 active frames on hit, it turns into 16 active frames. And at any point, if I input attack now, I input it, account for input delay. 2 frames later, the second attack starts coming out. So the way it works in this game is like when an attack connects, it gets like extended recovery frames, which are cancelable with the next attack in the combo. So you can input either neutral attack or forward plus attack. So you can stagger the inputs. And that's also part of why, like, you can reset the combo by just turning around. Because if you cancel, or like you end that recovery window with walking, it resets the combo counter. What I find super fascinating is that you had Final Fight in 89, and this is like 91. And I think this was the first post-Final Fight beat 'em up. Like Magic Sword was 90, but I don't think there was... Because Tenchi is like 92, I think. Knights of the Round, I think, is 92. That might be 91 also. It's like every follow-up to Final Fight is like refining the mechanics in like totally different directions. The Punisher from 93 is like almost the most... Even then, that has a bunch of little differences, but like the systems kind of went back. Same thing with Cadillacs, which I think is also 93, maybe 92. But like Captain Commando, Knights of the Round, Tenchi Kurau II, all have like fundamentally different core mechanics. But they have like enough of that core to still, like, a lot of what feels good about Final Fight is still present in these games, but it manifests in kind of different ways. And just the specifics of it. Like the hit stop is also something that's different. Final Fight, I believe, has a pretty universal hit stop of like 6 frames or something like that. Tenchi Kurau II, which I found mega confusing, has different hit stop on different attacks, which isn't in and of itself unusual or messed up. But the thing that's really fucked up about the hit stop in Tenchi Kurau, or I shouldn't say fucked up, because it works out well in terms of playing the game, but it's extremely unintuitive, is that the heavy attacks have less hit stop. Like jumping attacks are usually the kind of the easiest thing to measure because you stop. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames, I think. You know, the character stops in midair. You can more easily count. Like, you don't have to account for input delay, because you just jump into someone with an active hitbox and you tell when the character stops and starts moving. I think this game, too, has, like... This and the Punisher, I think, has more variable... It's, like, slightly less than the... I think Final Fight at 6 frames, so this game, I think, has, like, 5 frames on a lot of things, but some attacks have 8 frames. In Tenchi Kurau, it's something like the jab has 8 frames, like in Guan Yu's combo. Like the first attack is 1 frame or 8 frames, the second is 5, and the combo ender is 3. And like jump attacks, I think, is like 3, and throwing dudes into dudes is like 3. So like the things that you would imagine have like the biggest impact have the shortest amount of hit stop, and the jab has like the most. I understand it from a practical standpoint in that game, because you need those extra frames on the jab for the combo to be like more consistent. But again, like, if you're sort of understanding what hit stop is as a concept and were to like imagine how you'd want to implement it in a logical way, it's so backwards. I would never have thought, like, if I were to have, I would probably have intuitively guessed that you want like different amounts of hit stop to sell moves. Like I would probably have thought that that's something I've experienced in games, that like, oh, this is a really heavy, big, impactful move, so it probably has a huge extra hit stop on it. You know, there's some games that are very conspicuous, like in some fighting games, you have some attacks that are very much like that. So on the one hand, it's like surprising to see a game where it's still like, oh no, it's just universal. Like hit stop is 5 frames or 6 frames or whatever. Because intuitively, I would not have thought that it felt good to have it be the same across the board. But for it to be like backwards like that is, yeah, it's weird. I think Guan Yu's headbutt is the same thing. Right, why don't we find out? I think we'll wrap up very shortly after this. But I might have save states, but they're probably gonna break, so let's... Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get off the horse. There we go. Good jump here first. Again, something like 3 or 4 pre-jump frames, pretty quick, but not as quick as Punisher. His active frames last infinitely. So we can see I should hit that guy. Nope, he dodged me. See if we can get out. Alright, so... I guess it's hard to tell. Yeah, I fucked up. I waited like 1 frame. So I should get the second attack now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then they started moving. Oh yeah, in Tenchi Kurau II, by the way, if I'm holding left and attack, I'm still not turning around. You cannot turn around mid-combo in this game. So they implemented like multiple different things, seemingly to remove the Final Fight Infinite in this game. Like, you cannot cancel into attacks. You cannot, like, enemies have much shorter hit stun, or your attacks, rather. You cannot turn around mid-combo. Enemies will get knocked down when hit 3 times, regardless of what attack. It's like, they put in, like, 5 separate safeguards to avoid Final Fight Infinites in this game. But yeah, ultimately, the fact that these games are so mechanically distinct from one another in ways that you wouldn't like think of, I think is like extremely fascinating. But it really just goes to show how subtle, how small changes can be, and like both have a fundamental impact on how the game is played, but also be kind of unnoticeable at the same time. But I found it really interesting just to kind of realize how maybe experimental is overstating it a little bit, but how kind of, for lack of a better word, I guess we can call it experimental, Capcom are being with these games. And granted, they weren't necessarily the same exact people making all of them, but they really did not construct a template and then apply like different skins to them. Like, there's all these surface level things with the type of weapons and some of the mechanics and how many levels and gimmick boss fights or whatever that might be more obvious differences between them. But comparing this and the Punisher, for example, it's like, yes, I think the principles that overlap the most are probably to do with like enemy design and things like that. But like the bosses, some of them are more similar, but there's some big differences there too. The core of how the basic inputs work. Like the abilities of the characters. Like I feel like this game and AVP, I don't know Battle Circuit enough to say anything about it. That might be included as well. But of these like older ones, Battle Circuit is it's so separate because it came out so late, I feel like. But of these kind of golden age Capcom beat 'em ups, and I was really surprised that it was the case in this game being so early. But it has like the most brazen, like distinguishing differences between characters mechanically. I mean, hell, even Final Fight being the original one has like Agar being super different. It's just fascinating because there's a lot of things that you, again, like loving these games or these types of games for however long, there being so many little subtleties to how they're constructed that I just kind of wouldn't have. There we go. Just wouldn't have picked up on. I think it's really interesting. Did any of their experiments become the template for all games going forward? I think it's more... you can probably say that more for Street Fighter II than anything. Obviously, they iterated on everything. And they took things in different directions with different Street Fighter sequels and Darkstalkers and Marvel and everything. But the core foundations of how inputs work, how hit stun works, how canceling works, hit stop and things like that, to me it feels like that was more of a straight evolutionary line, whereas with, as it turns out, looking at these beat 'em ups, like they're more different than I would have thought. And I guess you could kind of say that it sort of converged, like, you know, I don't think, for all I know, Battle Circuit might work the same way as Captain Commando. I don't know really, but as far as like the extended recovery frames on hit and things like that. But it feels more to me like Tenchi 2 and Knights of the Round and Captain Commando are like kind of offshoots. And like Trap mentioned, then Cadillacs and Punisher felt more like Final Fight again. They kind of feel more like Final Fight in the sense that the mechanics and rules are more like that, but then the game speed and character size and things like that are still different enough to make them feel different. But they don't like they don't have a lot of rules that are totally unique to them. I guess the running, of course, makes a big difference, but even then you could argue that it's more of a linear evolution from Final Fight. It's like just the addition of something on top of the core, whereas those other games kind of just work differently. I barely have touched Power Gear, so I don't know how that works at all. If I had to guess, I would say I would expect it probably to be closer to Knights of the Round, just because you have like these heavy mechs that you're moving around in, but I have no idea actually. I think what makes it stand out is the fact that it's not really, in an objective sense, how similar or different they are. I think it's more about the fact that looking at it on the surface, you would expect them to be very similar. Because if you go into these games playing them with that expectations, I don't think that expectation is really going to be betrayed. Yes, there are differences, but a lot of them are so subtle that you wouldn't think about them. Like, the funny thing is, without having done this research, Tenchi Kurau's system of, like, lining up attacks is, like, more how I would have expected games like these to work. So I was really surprised when I first looked at Final Fight and just realized that, oh, it's really simple. You just cancel into attacks. Like, that's kind of clever in its simplicity, but I just wouldn't have expected that of a game from 1989 for some reason. But thinking about it for like 2 seconds more, it's like, well, canceling is easier. Surely, like, the canceling mechanic is much more straightforward than like queuing up inputs to, with a buffer to then happen after the end of the recovery. Like, that's far more complicated. So why would I have assumed that that's how it works? I don't know. Maybe it's because it just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like I don't know. It's like weird. But to then realize that no, there is a game that does it that way, but it's like the outlier. It didn't surprise me so much in terms of, oh, this game doesn't function the way I thought it did. That was one reaction, but for me, I think the stronger reaction was, wow, my assumptions are so wrong. Like, I can play these games a lot and have a feel for how they function, but if you really put it under a microscope and actually look at how they work, a lot of my assumptions turn out to not be accurate. And not to toot my own horn, of course, but like, I was surprised, not necessarily because I would have thought that I would have this expert understanding of it, but I feel like as someone who would already, before doing this kind of research, probably look at these things at, let's call it, a higher than average degree of like obsession. I don't know. For me to get so many of these details so wrong just highlights to me, I don't know, it confirms my biases in the sense that, like, man, so many people making these games aren't even looking at this extremely cursory level for how these things can be done. Like, it feels, I always had the kind of suspicion, or I got the feeling, that a lot of beat 'em ups, not exclusively new ones really for that matter, a lot of old ones too, are kind of designed on vibes for like how these things should work, instead of looking at actual good games and studying and replicating them and going from there. Which, if you were making a game in 1992, is a lot more excusable, because you're not going to be frame by frame inspecting hitboxes in MAME back then. But now there's a lot of tools, right? So when someone makes a beat 'em up that feels really bad because it's like fundamentally trying to guess at how you make stuff feel good, as opposed to just looking at games that feel good and replicating them, um, I don't really get it. I don't get why you would be interested enough to make a beat 'em up game, but not interested enough to actually look at good ones to see how they work. I just can't relate to that mindset, I guess. But more than that, like, I feel like, if maybe it's a Dunning-Kruger kind of thing too, or whatever you want to call it, but like, I don't trust that I have enough knowledge to do this on vibes. And then when I look at stuff in detail to actually learn, confirming my suspicions that I didn't know it as well as I feel like I did is like validating, in the sense that, like, well, then surely, like, I was correct in the assumption that you should do some of this research before you try to make something. Like, it's a good way to learn details, that you would not, like, you may have expected yourself to be able to pick up on them intuitively, but you really aren't. Like, it's funny seeing your reactions, Trap, because they very much mirror my own, where it's like, it's not really a matter of thinking that you have a perfect understanding of something. It's just like, when you look in between the cracks of everything, so many things that you didn't really necessarily think about, but just had a general hunch of sort of how it works, and like, that hunch is accurate enough that you can play the game well, um, that you just get a little caught off guard when there's so much to it that you had no idea about. And it doesn't really matter if it helps you play or not, just like, fuck, how could I get it so wrong? Like, why did I not realize that that's how it worked? Like, you know, you just have this kind of assumption, or gut feeling, that you should be able to have a better sense of things than you actually do. And to me, that is validating, because my gut feeling, and again, I'm sure a lot of you, raiders and maybe not so regular viewers, may not be aware, but I do have a history of teaching game development. I was teaching art, so I didn't have any responsibility per se in like teaching game design, but of course I'm interested in it, and it would come up. And even from a pure art standpoint, a lot of students, of course, would be making games that weren't necessarily breaking new ground, at least not in every way. Even if they were, it doesn't really matter what you're making. There's always going to be stuff out there that has done at least some parts of what you're trying to do that you can look at and study and see how they did it and break things down. So if you're doing like VFX or just like adding bits of, sprinkling some juice and details and cool little touches on your game, don't guess what you can do. Find footage of a game that feels awesome and just look at it frame by frame whenever an interaction happens, and reverse engineer it. Like, look at what is being done here. What are these little, like, when you jump into a question mark block in a Mario game, like, what actually happens? I'm sure you can feel like you know what it's like. I'm sure you know that it feels responsive and good. But if you break it down in the components to actually recreate it, could you tell me exactly what happens? Like, is there hit stop? Is the block pushed around on screen in a certain way? When does the sound trigger? What happens? Like, does it shift palettes? Is there a particle effect? It depends on which game you're talking about. But like, you can break it down into those specifics, and I feel like I would be experienced enough to know that you're not gonna, unless you're some insane space age savant, you're not gonna be able to do that reverse engineering by just looking at something and playing it in real time. You have to look at it closer. And like, doing this with these games, I feel like is just further validating that mindset of like, you cannot trust your senses just playing something. You have to look at it more deeply and more closely. Um yeah, Titus, it sounds like the exact same thing. Like, you'd be surprised, because I studied a lot of things, not in this way, but in terms of animation. I spent a lot of my high school looking at fighting game graphics, working with like Mugen stuff, and drawing pixel art and everything. But I was also really into modding and first person shooters and stuff. um so I did some like character animation and first person gun animation and stuff like that too, or even stuff that I didn't do very much of. I spent a lot of time just looking and studying things. I remember specifically, for example, just on that topic, there was, I want to say it was Day of Defeat, but it might have been, it was some Half-Life mod, and I remember they had specifically like kind of exaggerated when you fired semi-automatic pistol, the action on the slide, like the blowback, they made it so that like the slide was blown back on the first frame, which you probably should, because it's gonna blows back very quickly. But instead of it like sliding back instantly, they had kind of delayed it so it stayed in its maximum back position for like an extra 2 or 3 frames, which isn't really how that would work in real life. But the effect that had in the game was when you're rapid firing the pistol, the visual of the slide blowing back and like staying in that back position, it kind of had a similar effect to hit stop, where like something that otherwise goes by a little too quickly just sticks for that one extra split second to make your brain register it, and it just like had a kind of satisfying feel to it. um and I think it's one of those things where I looked at it because I had noticed it playing the game and thought that it felt kind of interesting, but my instinct was still to like look at it in the model viewer to inspect the animation to like confirm if that was the case, or to see that that's how it was done. And it's like, huh, that's interesting. I would have thought that this is like an incorrect way of doing it, or that it's unrealistic or inaccurate or whatever, but as it turns out, it has an interesting feel to it. um so yeah, I think you can apply that to like anything. You can you can look at UI and menus and things like that for like response times and animations and you know sounds and VFX and whatever it is. Like, you're going to save yourself a lot of time and trouble to actually look at like the answer to the question of how was this done, rather than just like, oh, I guess it's like this. And again, that that's really only talking about the visual aspect, because when it comes to inputs and frame data and rules and mechanics and hitboxes, um I think that's even more true, because visuals at the end of the day are still on screen. The subtleties of interactions and gameplay rules are kind of by definition not displayed on screen. Whether we're talking about hitboxes that aren't rendered or whatever, like it takes the proportionate amount of extra effort to even look into these things because you have to like figure out how can I study these things. But you can learn a lot, and I think it's been a really fascinating thing to look at these games and um, kind of have my presuppositions and assumptions questioned, and then sometimes disproven. I think the final fight jump startup frame canceling, that's like the most mind-blowing thing because it's so fucked up and it's so like it was fascinating because I didn't know about backwards jumping when I played that game as a kid. I don't know when I would have learned that back jumping is a thing. I didn't know about throw combo enders and stuff like that. But I'm sure I would have known about those things for at least the last, 10 years, 20 maybe, I don't know. And even knowing about the back jump, figuring out some kind of theory in your head for, I guess, not even thinking about it in terms of like how are the inputs processed, but just like what is the actual command to back jump. Never in a million years would I have thought that the answer to that question is, well, you tap jump to start the pre-jump frames, then during that 6 frame window, you tap backwards to cancel into the back jump. And it's like, sure, why not? That's, that would work. But it's so strange. And I wouldn't have thought that you would do it that way. But now, I wouldn't say that now that I know that it works that way, I think it's the obvious way, or you wouldn't do it any other way or whatever, because I still think having your jump startup be variable is like a very peculiar thing. And it feels to me like that's not really a design decision. I mean, I could be wrong, of course. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing where it's like, oh, let's have a skill element here of being able to jump faster if you have really precise inputs. To me, it feels more like this was the practical implementation that let players jump in either direction and is unlikely to result in unwanted actions. But it just has the side effect quirk of jump startup timing being variable. And I think maybe, again, I'm like kind of editorializing and speculating. I feel personally that having the jump startup be variable is not good because it's like a pretty awkward, weird form of skill expression that I think it's like if you balance enemy behaviors around the fastest possible jump execution, then that becomes like mandatory tech that makes the game really awkward and difficult for anyone that doesn't know about it in a way that I don't think it doesn't really benefit the game. And if you design enemy behaviors around the slowest possible, like default jump, if you then have the tech to circumvent that, maybe that creates balance issues where you trivialize certain encounters or whatever. I don't think that it necessarily that gap exists in Final Fight, but I think it's unnecessary to invite that kind of issue in your game design when you can just standardize the jump startup timing and as evidenced by Trap and myself being like shocked and disgusted by this revelation. I don't think anyone would like go into a game like that expecting variable jump timing to be tech and like mastery that's there for you to explore and make use of. Like, it's not, it could have never been there and we would have been none the wiser and we would never have missed it. So I don't think for everything, having things like Captain Commando's like branching combo things with the extended active frames and you can choose to move forward or not, like that's like interesting decision making and like skill expression and being able to position yourself, or even just like the combo enders in general in Capcom beat 'em ups, like choosing to do the regular ender versus a throw ender is like decision making that happens every 2 seconds, and it's like it has a very profound impact on the moment-to-moment gameplay. So it's like a really good mechanic. It's a really good design, and one that I think should have been stolen by more people. I think it's a little surprising that more people didn't copy the throw ender mechanic. And I guess, it goes to show that I don't think any other post Final Fight game from Capcom did have the variable jump startup. I think that supports the theory that it was just kind of there on accident or through sloppiness. But sometimes not every aspect of like emergent strategy or skill expression is by design. But yeah, I think like I still have a lot to look at. I have a lot of games that I want to look at more closely. Both Capcom games and otherwise, just to kind of get a better sense of the spectrum of like different ways of doing things. And like to take a simple example, like how long is hit stop? Does input registered during hit stop and things like that? Just because I looked at a few games and gives me an idea of, all right, it makes sense to do it this way, or at least some games do this, some games do that, and there's no appreciable difference in which ones feel good or not, so it's probably fine to do it either way. Like just having that kind of baseline of identifying patterns in things that are present in games that feel good and things that are present or absent, as it were, in games that feel bad, for example. In whatever way you can do that. Like I'm interested in sort of charting things like that. Or just looking at a game and comparing it if you have some kind of checklist or spreadsheet or whatever, like this game that does this and that, does it manage to feel good or does it not, or is there any additional thing on top of it that sort of supersedes everything to make it feel good anyway or make it feel bad anyway, etc. I find that interesting. But that's only really one aspect of beat 'em up design, right? Because a big part of it, like I said, enemy design and encounter design, the one thing that I think is less, at least, well, part of that maybe is because I haven't studied it in depth, but I think that's the thing where I think there is less divergence between, again, if we take the Capcom games as a simple example or like sample pool, yeah, they have different enemies. Like not every Final Fight, follow up has exact equivalents. Not all of them have a Bilbo and an Andre and an Elgato, but plenty of them kind of do. and and you can see some equivalencies there. But I'm not really speaking to the specifics of each individual enemy's design, but more so the differentiation between enemy types and how the encounters are built around different types of enemies working together. Because I think in a kind of hallmark of bad beat 'em ups is that strategy is uninteresting because the enemies all work the same way, or at least you can approach them all the same way. You don't have a clear priority in dealing with different enemies in a group. You don't have to, like, when I was struggling with the sixth boss in Tenchi 2 earlier today, I identified the barbarian guy as a big problem because when I was busy trying to corral the crowd, he would come at me from weird angles that would have been a lot easier to circumvent if he was the only enemy on screen. But the presence of other enemies means that I can't approach him the same way, and all of a sudden he becomes much more of a threat. And that only happens if enemies have like specific strengths and weaknesses and specific strategies that they try to employ and specific behaviors that you can kind of identify as a player and try to counteract. And that's the thing I think that Final Fight really nailed. I think that's one of several, but certainly a key difference between Double Dragon and Final Fight. I mean, same with Golden Axe for that matter. It's a cool game, but a lot of the enemies, like the bigger enemies, have bigger attack ranges, but I couldn't describe to you a difference in behavior between Henninger and Longmoan and whoever else. They kind of feel samey. Even in Streets of Rage, certainly the first one, I'm not sure too much about the sequels, but enemies they have different attacks, they have different abilities, but they don't necessarily try to approach you in super different ways. Whereas I think in Final Fight, like in stage 1 alone, you encounter Axel, who will block, and you kind of like it changes how you engage with them a little bit. You go into that um, basement room, and Bilbols run in and attack you. Which technically it's an attack that they have, but it's like them being able to pull out that attack means that you have to be aware of their positioning in a way that is less of a concern with some other characters. You come out of it and you fight 2P, and he's gonna do his footsies thing of like very deliberately staying right outside of your range and outpoke you. Like the game clearly demonstrates to you that each of these guys will fight you in a different way. And that's the thing I think that Capcom really stuck with. Like it's such a self-evidently correct approach, I feel like, that it makes sense that that's the specifics of what enemy types you have and what they do and how they work together changes from game to game. But that component, there isn't really, that I know of at least, a Capcom beat 'em up where they experimented with not doing that thing. It's just a fundamental design component that once brought into the world, you look at it and go, well, duh, of course, that's how you do it. And Final Fight, I think, had like more than one of those kinds of things. Anyway, I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I haven't taken a break, and I thought maybe I'd do a bit of a shorter stream. I guess once we got into some science shit, it turns out, of course, I won't do a shorter stream because I get unreasonably excited about this types of stuff. But I gotta break things up now. I gotta get something to eat. I should probably go out. I need to check up on some other things. I'll be back with more beat 'em ups, probably. I want to keep practicing and doing attempts at Tenchi Kurau II. I have a slightly better idea of how to deal with Boss 7, but I'm realizing after today's practice that that's a bigger hurdle than I had given it credit for. So really, it's the stage 6, 7, and 8 bosses are the pain points. Stage 2 boss, I'm not really concerned with anymore. Stage 4 boss killed us, and I don't know, we had some bad runs, but yeah, I still improved my PB. We got to the stage 7 boss, and if I hadn't taken a silly death prior to that, and if I'd known the sword strats, even if I took a death there, I'm pretty sure we could have at least gotten through the fight on our last life. And if that had been the case, I probably would have made it through stage 8 if I had to guess. Next time, I do want to do, if I get like a good attempt like that, I want to probably go through the rest of the game to see if I can finish with less than 3 continues, which I feel I should be able to. And judging from the trajectory of my Punisher 1cc, after a bit of practice, and I had the boss strats reasonably down, I cleared that with like 2 continues. And I think once I got down to like 2 or 3 credits, I basically, like, the next attempt, I got the 1cc. Like, you're pretty close at that point. You just need good luck / execution on the small handful of like choke points. And if you just get a good run where all of those parts line up, that's your 1cc right there. So I don't expect necessarily to get it on the next stream or anything, but I feel like we're certainly past the halfway point in the journey of getting the 1cc. I say certainly not to imply that it is a certainty that that's the case. But what I mean is, I believe with confidence that that is the case. But we'll see. I have some other stuff lined up as well. I have some codes I got for some games, some sponsor type stuff that I want to look at. There's Truxton Extreme, and there's another game that I haven't heard anyone talk about that's a little bit different from what I usually stream, but I'm super fascinated by. I'll leave that as a little bit of a mystery But that's a game I want to look at. And there might be other things like that, but we'll see. I don't want to get too sidetracked and lose all of my Tenchi 2 momentum. So probably I'll try to focus on that and see if we can get the 1cc. But if and when we do, that's probably going to be a launch point for going in a completely different direction for some time. But we shall see. As always, things, I don't know, they can change at any moment. What's up, Goaty? Greetings. Anyway, that'll be it for me today. Let's go raid Mike. He's doing whatever. Sounds like a good way to spend your Saturday. He just went live, so that's good timing. Thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. This has been swell. I hope you learned something about beat-em-up design. I'm always a fan of providing educational content whenever I can. And hopefully I was able to provide some entertaining content as well. Take care. Have a nice rest of your weekend. I'll be back at some point or another. Until then, peace.